Hey, begin. Hello,
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. What about you?
I'm great, thank you.
Hey, have you installed Blender yet?
I'm sorry, what?
Have you installed Blender yet?
Yes, I have. I actually have it up right now.
Okay, that's cool. So tell me, what's your experience with Blender?
Uh, there's not a whole lot. I did have it once before, and I looked a little bit into it, but I've lost most of the information as I haven't used it in a while.
Yeah, okay. So what? So you were saying on Fiverr that you wanted to make full animations at some point, like any of
Yes.
your stories.
Yep.
Um, So the thing with 3D is that there are a lot of things that go into it. Like if you just open a Blender, you can see all of the tabs at the top, and there's a lot of stuff you can do. There's a lot of work that usually different people do, um, because it requires specific skills. So like the question I'll ask you is, what do you think you'd rather do? What part of the job? Like, do you have any idea of the different things you can do?
Like you talk about like between the modeling, sculpting, textures, shading, animation, and
Yeah,
all
that
that.
kind of thing.
Um, I guess like maybe the actual, probably like the sculpting. I think that'd probably be really good.
Okay, okay. Because what I can do right now is maybe like introduce you to these different parts because I have like basic experience in all of them, and just so that you can get a feeling of how it is to do each of them.
All right, that sounds good.
So well, first off, you've got the modeling. Obviously, you need to have the model to work on. Um, I, it's the first time I'm doing this, so I don't really know how to explain. So you're mainly looking to make human characters, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of anatomy or something like that?
Yeah, actually, pretty good.
Okay, that's cool. Have you already tried making a model, just a basic model?
Not particularly.
Do you see the default cube that is on the scene?
Yep, a little gray cube here.
Yeah, so you're in the layout mode, right? Hold on, I'll share my screen. That's gonna be way easier.
It's a learning experience. Don't worry, I get you.
Okay.
Yep.
So do you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, so here I'm in layout mode. So layout mode is basically object mode, as you can see here. It's just like presets, modeling, etc. It's just window presets. But if you want, you can, for example, here, if I go there, I'm in edit mode. But all it takes is to go here into edit mode and bam. Those are just presets. You can do your own, create a new one, and do whatever you want. You can create new windows in here. That doesn't matter. It's just so you know. So
All right.
here I'm in object mode. I can move the objects and stuff like that. That's just for setting the layout of your scene, basically, like just putting stuff left and right. Regarding the modeling, if you press on tab, try pressing on tab, and normally you'll switch to edit mode.
Yep.
That's a
And where the
shortcut.
turns orange.
Yeah, exactly. That's a shortcut. So in Blender, the thing in Blender compared to other programs is that other programs are usually more centered around, for example, using a graphics tablet, like a pen tablet. And Blender is more
Yeah.
so designed for mouse users. So you click with the mouse and you have all the shortcuts on the keyboard. So it's going to be really interesting to learn these shortcuts. As you
Okay.
can see, you can click the dots and start moving them around. So to move them around, there are two methods, and I don't use the most easy one, but let me just find where it was again. Oh, okay. Do you see on the left side of your screen? You have
Yep.
all of these tools. and each of those affects the thing you've selected in a different manner. So what you want, for example, here is to click on the move first off, just to try to move the point and see what it does. Have you already done stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're kind of experienced with these gizmos here.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't need any introduction to those. Do you know about the extrude tool though? Let me. Okay, do you see these three things in up top next to the edit mode button? These
Yep.
allow you to select so either a dot, as we've been doing, or if you click on the second button, it allows you to select edges. And the third one is to select faces. So what we'll do right now is select a face, because that shows what the extrude button does easier. And so whenever you try to extrude something, it creates a new I mean, it extrudes basically. I'm not familiar with English, so I don't know if it makes sense. To me, extrude is just the thing you do in Blender, but probably means something in English that makes sense.
Yes.
And so extruding is the main thing. I mean, no, it depends. It really depends, actually. It depends on what you want to do, how you want to create your models, because there are multiple types of people who make models in different manners. But I assume since you want to make animations, you want to do models that could be rigged and animated and that could be adaptable, basically. Because some people do kind of sculpting where they're making their models as if there were statues. So it's not really like a wooden figure, you can't move them. It's very rigid. So it might be simpler to do the sculpting method, but here, what people usually do when they make animations, like characters for animations, is they use mainly the extrude tool. It's called the extrude workflow, I think. And so, for example, you've got your cube here. Let me just put my thing back. If you move your cube up, usually people start with the cube. They do, okay, let's say this is the middle of the body. They're gonna be selecting the top, extruding. Oh, that's the torso or something. And oh, here we're gonna make a head. Hold on. Yeah, a head like this. Bam. You do, and you see you can create basic shapes like that. And that's what people usually do. And there are a lot of complexities, like which we should get on to later. I shouldn't like skip steps or stuff like that. But yeah, mainly it's with these tools. So I don't know if you want to try to make something right now. Like maybe as I'm saying, you can play with the tools. Because it helps with learning, I guess. Also, if you could share your screen, that would be nice, so that I can have a view.
All right. Give me just a second. Hey, I was just playing. I was already playing around with it while you were talking.
Okay, that's cool. So yeah, I don't really have personal experience with modeling myself, because I mainly use models which are already done and rigged. Because modeling takes a lot of time. It takes like, I don't know. I don't have any time estimates, but probably something like 2 weeks or a month to make a model.
I imagine.
And that's only the modeling part, I think, because you have so many other things to do, like as you can see, all the other tabs. So yeah, you have all these other tools. And I know some people prefer to use the gizmos, and that's totally fine. I usually use the keyboard shortcuts. If you wanna know about them, I can tell you. I don't know if it's a good thing to overload you with information. I don't know. Oh.
I mean, no, I thought it'd be fine, honestly.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I guess that's all I can really say for the modeling part, because I mean, if we were to go into trying to make an actual 3D model now, we wouldn't get anywhere, and it's gonna take so much time, especially since I don't have any experience with making it.
Oh no,
Um,
I understand. Just
but what else can we do? Well, okay, let's first off explain what you see on the right. The outliner, which is basically where everything in your scene resides. It's like a list view of everything you see here. So for example, if you select the light, you're gonna see the light here, and same for the cube, and same for the camera. And so as you can see, if you expand the things, you can see the whatever is inside. So it's a sort how to explain that you see the cube in orange in your list. That is the object. So here you see how you're in object mode. You remember the object
yep,
mode? And so whatever
yeah.
is outlined in orange is the whole object. But then if you see the little green thing, that's the mesh. So the mesh is whenever you click on tab and go into edit mode, it's the little vertices and the faces. That's the literal mesh. So the mesh is
Makes
part of an
sense.
object. So what we can do, just so that you can get a feel for it, if you go back to object mode, and then you can click on add. Once you're in object, go back to object mode first. At the top, you can see the edit mode button,
Oh yeah, sorry, my
and
bad.
click on object mode. And now if you click on add and add a new mesh, for example, a cube, you can see in the outliner that it says separate object. Can you see it?
Yeah, right here.
But then if we try something else, if we click on our newly created cube and go into edit mode, yeah. And then if you click on add at this point and try to add, for example, let's say a circle, would you, I didn't follow what you did. Add,
And
circle.
then I circle.
Where's the circle?
uh, how do I okay? How do I move the cube itself? I used to know how to do this a lot
Oh,
better.
hold on. Okay. No, I thought it would work differently. But basically, okay, no, the circle is not a good example. I've never clicked on circle. You shouldn't click on circle. Let's just put another box, because I didn't want the two boxes, to overlap and stuff. But I guess I can show you on my screen, because I can move them. I have two separate meshes, basically, if you see.
Yeah,
Like I have these two cubes, but they're actually all part of the same object. So like if I select this object, you can see that's in the object. If I select this object, actually there's all of this in the object. So that's useful if you, for example, want to make a character and you have their hair, but it's a separate object, which you're gonna then make follow gravity and stuff like that, It can be helpful. Sometimes, for
makes
example, if you
sense.
have clothes and stuff, it can all be part of the same object to make it more simple, so that, for example, if I want to move my character around in the scene, in object mode, if I move them around, the clothes aren't gonna stay in place. They're gonna go with the character because it's all part of the same object, even though it's separate meshes.
Okay, that makes sense actually.
Yeah. I guess we should also later on try to find some resources online, like maybe some rigs we can find online of a basic character just to play around with it in the animation part.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm figuring out which other next step we should go into. I guess you know what? Let's just search for some stuff online. Right now, see if we can find anything interesting. 3D rig free Blender. Okay, so thing is, whenever you have other programs, usually you get models of humans bundled in. For example, in ZBrush or Maya, so that you can play around with them and get a feel for what it would be. Like, you don't have to know anything. You can just click on the file and get a feel for
Yeah.
how it is to work with human characters, rigs, and etc. Thing is, with Blender, the only objects you've got is the monkey, this monkey, which you've probably seen a lot of times on the internet
Yep.
in tutorials.
I have seen the little monkey.
Yeah, and that's not really something you can train on. You know, it's kind of hard to train on this, which is why we have to resort to finding stuff online, which is not very practical. Admittedly, but let's see if I can find anything. Let me show you the window. Blender. Oh, maybe we can go into, I know, hold on, here, which, how is it called? It's called 3D. Okay, hold on, let me remind myself of the name of the thing. Okay, if I go into Open 3D Lab, okay. So here we can find video game rigs usually, or like movie rigs and stuff like this. So I'll send you the link, and you can go and browse whichever you think you like, and we can try working on it. And since you got a pretty powerful rig, we shouldn't have any problems with any model's complexity. I guess I'll check some things. Are you familiar
Oh
with?
wow, there's a lot here.
Yeah, because usually people rip them from games. And you know, since video game characters are really, it's really the utmost adaptable models for for like, it's the best example of a model that is made to be rigged and to be adaptable, because you have different skins and outfits that you can put on the character. You have a very powerful rig which can do a lot of movements. You can do attacks, gun fights, you can do, and even you have different types of characters, like you have realistic, anime, maybe like anthropomorphic. So you've got a variety of stuff, which is cool for learning that specific kind of model.
I see. I see. Does it matter which one I choose particularly?
I don't think so. And like, we're gonna try it out and see if it's any, like, if it's good. I'm gonna download it also and see, because maybe sometimes some aren't converted properly and there are issues like that. But just pick whichever you like.
All right. Well, then on the first page, probably just do the Vanellope here. She's bottom left. I don't know if you've seen Wreck-It Ralph.
Yeah, I've seen it. Maybe we should go with a model that is more like realistic, I guess. Like
Oh,
more normal proportions, so that you can get a feel for normal proportions, if you see what I mean.
yeah, no, I gotcha.
Even like the Stormtrooper, I guess. Should be fine.
Is that on the first page here? Yeah.
Um, so yeah, you can go on the page, if you can see my window, and just Stormtrooper V3, that's the latest one, and just start a download. It should be fine. And should have all of the rigs and stuff like this.
Just the which one exactly did you download?
The Stormtrooper on the first page.
I meant like because there's like a lot of links here on it.
Oh yeah, would you just pick the V3? Okay, yeah, it's kind of confusing, I admit. Stormtrooper, then you go to the download page here, and Stormtrooper V3, the first one on the top, and then you have the download link. Yeah, because it's kind of confusing. You have the different versions, then whether Patreon or like free download in North America and Europe. So just pick the first green ones, either America or Europe.
Yeah, it's downloading.
Okay. And you've got fast internet too.
Yes.
Okay, let me check it out. Have you opened the file?
I am right
Okay,
now.
that's a pretty cool rig. The texture is gonna load. Ooh, okay. I don't think the textures are bundled in, which might mean that they are on the V1. Plan. Okay, let me check something. So have you opened the file? Because I can only see the previous Blender window since you're only sharing it. So maybe you have to
Oh yeah,
switch.
I've opened it. He's purple here.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I wanna
Yep.
address. So whenever you see a model that is purple like this, I think you've seen it sometimes in video games. It happens whenever the program can't find the textures to it, or like maybe you've seen a texture which is like either like a checkerboard pattern of black and purple like this, and that basically
Yeah.
means whoops, we couldn't find the textures. So what I think happened here is that the textures are bundled in the V1 download, because usually, they make the textures and the model, and then, oh, the model has some issues, let's fix the issues. But we don't actually have to re-download all the textures, which are usually the bulk of the size of the model, because like images take a lot of space, whereas like the 3D model doesn't take so much.
Yeah.
So they just uploaded the version 3, but it's just the mesh. So yeah,
Makes
just
sense.
download the V1 and you should find everything in here. Yeah, see the textures folder, it's right there. So I'm just gonna extract it to there. Let me put the folder here. Um, okay. And once you've extracted the textures, so here I'm basically guiding you through the process of like finding models, fixing up the textures missing, and just figuring your way around like getting your own resources online so that you can do your own learning on your side once you're done with this session.
Yeah.
Because we always keep learning, and like you definitely won't be able to do any professional stuff after this session. It's really just like introductions to the concepts, because
Yep.
it takes time and practice, obviously, to learn stuff. So have you downloaded the textures? Here I got the model, which I had downloaded, and I extracted the textures, and here they are. And so they work with the first model, and also the V2 and the V3 and any other versions, because it's pretty much the same. You can see the textures look like this. I don't know if you've already seen video game textures like that.
Yes. I have seen that. Mm, I'm trying to find out where the texture would be because
Okay, let me show you. Here I had downloaded the zip file here. So I double click and I get the zip file open, Stormtrooper, and here you got the blend file, which is the one we opened, and here are the textures, which we want. Wait, have you gone back to the site to download the version 1 of the Stormtrooper?
hold on, goes out of my wrong tab.
So if you can see on my screen, you have the downloads here. You have the version 1, version 2, and version 3. So the textures are only in the first version, usually, on models, because it would be wasteful to download the textures each and every time.
Okay, give me a second then.
Very good.
Yep, I'm downloading a version 1 real quick.
Okay. And then I can show you how to actually plug the textures, or like, I guess they'll just find themselves automatically, but I could show you what the textures are for exactly. And there's some I don't really get. Some I haven't seen before, but the rest should be, let me check. This is the normal. Huh, what's the difference? Oh, isn't that for the weapon? Yeah, okay.
Okay,
So,
yeah. So I opened the textures, and yeah, there's a few of them here.
yeah,
Stormtrooper RMA,
ju
Stormtrooper N,
just,
Stormtrooper C.
yeah, exactly. Just extract them for, into a folder, which you can find, and then I'll show you how to get them into Blender. And by the way, if you think like whatever I'm explaining like doesn't interest you or doesn't make sense, you can always ask and tell me what you think, so we can move on like faster or onto another topic which interests you more.
All right. Oh yeah.
Have you extracted the files?
Hold on, I'm in the. I, okay. Yep.
Okay, so then you can go back to Blender and go into File here, then External Data, and find missing files at the bottom. And whenever you click, you're gonna be able to go into up to the folder where you have all of your textures and click on Find Missing Files in the pop-up. Are you there?
Sorry. I like I said, I accidentally closed my thing. So if you went to files and
Okay, so files again. It would be easier if I could see your stream, like to know
oh
where you're at and make
oh
pauses.
yeah. Sorry, I was sharing it, but like I said, I accidentally closed. That was
Yeah,
my
that's fine.
bad. There we go.
Okay, so yeah, you go up to File, then External Data, then you go at the bottom and Find Missing Files, and then you're gonna have a pop-up which where you can find your missing files. So you go up to your texture folder, you click on Find Missing Files, and what should happen is bam! Look at all these textures, nice and cool. Are you finding out your thing?
Hmm.
You go into external data, find missing files. Do you have a pop-up that appears? Because I can't see it since you're only sharing the Blender screen.
Yes, it says Stormtrooper RMA PNG. Hmm.
Um, that's fine. I mean, you have to go up to the folder in which you extracted the textures, you know? Can you share your whole screen?
Yeah, yeah. I think it's this one.
Yeah, this is the folder. So what you can do is click on the you know where it's written TSPC, download, Stormtrooper, etc. You click on the right, on the bar, click on the rightmost part on the blank
Uh,
space.
just
No, you see the bar where it's written TSPC, download, Stormtrooper, etc.
yeah.
Yeah, this bar. Just click next to textures. Just a bit right of it. Okay, and now you can click Control C to copy.
Yep.
And then you can go back to Blender. And I can't see it though.
I have to keep switching my thing here.
Look,
Okay, there
can't
we go.
you stream your whole PC? Or maybe you don't want to?
Oh, how would I do that? Like every part of it? I've only ever
Um,
done like separate screens.
yeah, if you go into, let me find, into Discord here, you go on the little dot to change windows. Oh yeah, by the way, you don't actually have to stop the stream. You can just click on the little dot, change windows, and then you can go, here is the applications, and now you have the screen button, and that allows you to pick your screen. Like here you have all the different apps, and here you have the different screens. I choose my first screen and go live.
All right, there.
Yeah, now I can see stuff.
All right, there we go. Sorry about that.
And so, well, you go back through Blender and do the same thing, try to find the missing files, but you just point it to the right folder. External data,
Yep.
found missing files, and then up top, you see up top
Yep.
the bar, you just click and Control V. No, click enter first. No, go on the bar.
Oh, oh.
Yeah, because it hadn't
Right
gone to
here.
the, yeah, Control V, and then you click enter. That's weird. C user and Stormtrooper textures. That is weird. I don't know why it doesn't find the files. Can you try click on the up arrow? This PC don't update. Well, okay, that's weird. That you're not in the right location. Click on the. Can you try copying the text again in your file manager?
Yeah. This one here.
Mm-hmm. Control
Alright.
C, because it's not in the right folder. Like if you see the path, you're in your downloads, and then Stormtrooper and textures. Yeah, so
Yep.
try again to find the files.
As these not the right files.
Yeah, no, I mean in Blender, in the find missing files option.
Oh,
Try to go, oh, actually just try to go into your downloads directly. Yeah, external data, find missing files. And then try to go into the downloads button on the left. And just find it from there. Stormtrooper, no, just click on the Stormtrooper button. The folder. Stormtrooper, textures, and find missing files, and now it should work.
it keeps
Did it
bringing
work?
this up.
Click away so that the stuff goes. Okay, now it works. Finally, nice.
Alright, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's just confusing file path and stuff like this. But now we got the textures, and that's cool. We can appreciate the reflectiveness of the Stormtrooper,
Oh, that's so cool.
and
I
so
see he's
what?
got little bones here that allow. I know that's for when you have to move his arm and stuff. You use these little bones,
Yeah,
kind of like a
exactly.
skeleton.
So we're gonna be able to play with that. But first, one thing you should know, do you see at the top right of the main window where you see the model? You've got these 4 buttons here with
Yep.
the little things. So like click on the first one and you're gonna see, wow, wireframe. We can see all the little vertices and faces.
Oh
Uh,
boy, somebody took a lot of time to do that.
yeah, exactly. That's very complex to do. But there are many tricks to improve, like, and make it faster. But it definitely takes some time. What we can do also to improve the view, because now it's like you can see through him and it's kind of weird. Do you see the button with the no, it's not this one. Oh yeah, do you see the button with the 2 squares? Right
Yep.
on the, yeah. And now when you click, wait, hold on. No, it's not this one. Which one is it? Maybe it's the extra. Okay, no, it's in the. Wait, is it this one? I don't even know. Okay, you have the 4 little circles, and you have a little arrow next to them, and then you have the X-ray option, and you can toggle it off. So yeah,
Oh yeah.
and you have
Oh,
yeah,
you were right. The square does do that right here. Then.
yeah. It didn't do it for me though. That's weird.
Oh,
Maybe. Oh, maybe because I'm in pose mode. Yeah, I was in pose mode. Never mind. Okay, my bad. So yeah, but in the little arrow, you have plenty of options to change the way you see stuff, which is practical whenever you want to test some things, like
This is
have a
so
different,
cool.
cleaner view. Then the second button is the material view, which is basically just to see the shape of the model, and it's very efficient. It's just as efficient as the wireframe mode. So like it runs fast whenever whenever you want to make animations and make your character move. It takes time to render. The time it moves a bit, like when you do clay animation. It moves a bit, then it has to render the whole frame, then it moves a bit, and you can't really work with this. Like you can't work live with this. So usually you put it in this mode to work, and then whenever you want to preview, you put it in the other two modes. And obviously you don't want to use wireframe because it's kind of hard to see whatever you're doing.
Ooh, what is this mode right here? The last circle that makes it all pixely.
Yeah, so I'll tell you. First off, let's do the third one. It's the material, no, it's the viewport shading, which is basically kind of a final look. You have all the textures, you have some lighting. It's not the real lighting, but you have some lighting to see how it reflects and stuff. And then the final button is basically the actual scene. So here, let me introduce you to the two methods in which you can render a scene in Blender. The two engines, actually. If you go on the right, you have these little buttons in here, in the what is that thing called? Properties. So do you see this button here? The little TV or something? Like I think that's the front view
Render
of a camera.
properties, yeah.
And if you click on
Yep,
this
right here.
button, let me
Yep.
zoom in on your preview. You just drag it out. Drag it a little more so you can see better. Yeah. So do you see the render engine here?
Yeah.
So let me tell you, we don't care about Workbench because that's basically the first one, the material preview. It's not, we don't care about it. It's ugly. If you want, you can click. It's basically, it's ugly. It's the one we were using in the thing. You don't really want to do scenes with that thing. Then we've got the two ones that are interesting. So first off, we've got Cycles. Cycles is the one that does little pixely things. Why does it do pixely things? Because it's actually trying to make the lighting look the most realistic it can. So like it fires little, let me put my camera maybe so that I can do the movements so that you can see whatever I'm trying to imitate. Yeah, it's doing, like it's firing little beams that see what light you have at this state. Okay, hold on. I just need to do something real quick. I'm sorry, because do you know the recent Discord update with like they're celebrating 7 years and they have all confetti and everything is shaking and that's very annoying. Anyways, I deactivated it. So yeah, they're firing little beams to see, okay, is this place lit up? Is this place dark? So the beams take time because they're trying to be as realistic as possible. That's why you see little black dots. That's where the beam hasn't gone yet. It's actually trying to fill up the scene as it goes. And you're lucky because the 3.0 Blender update released not a while ago, and it improved the performance of that thing significantly. Like it's nearly real time now, but before it was such a slog. Like you moved the thing, you couldn't see how it did, and that's actually because we're working with GPU compute maybe. Because yeah, it depends. You see, when I move on my screen, it's pretty fast. That's because I'm using my GPU. But if I go into CPU, then it's gonna be a bit slower. Can you select GPU or something? See,
Oh yeah, I can see right here, CPU and GPU.
try CPU and see how much slower it is. Is it
It's a
slower?
tad bit slower, but not very much.
Yeah, I mean your computer is broken anyways. It's like the top tier stats. But yeah,
I actually recently just upgraded it for this purpose, actually.
yeah, that's cool. So Yeah, that's cycles, and then you've got EV, which is very interesting because it's supposed to be real time. That's the goal of EV. It's to be so yeah. Click on cycles, EV, bam. So the lighting is much less realistic. In some ways, I could explain to you later, but it's supposed to be much faster. It's like there is no delay. It's like full FPS, everything you want. It's gonna struggle a bit whenever you go into like animating. If you have a complex scene, lots of objects, maybe it's gonna lag a bit. So you're still gonna wanna go back to the basic view so that it's even faster and it animates better. But that gives you a good preview of what the model looks like, and it can be visually pleasing, but it's just not as realistic. But some trade-offs you can work around, which
Understandably.
I'll be able to get into. But it's the main view. And so, okay, let me see if I can show you. Can we add a light somewhere? Okay. Do you see on the right of where you had your render settings? You have all these buttons. Click on the little red earth symbol,
World
then
properties.
expand. Can you make your Blender window like larger? Maybe it's gonna help you. Maybe like reduce Discord a bit.
Yep.
Yeah. And so here you have your world settings. So try to put the strength to 0. No, it doesn't do anything. It's weird. Because sometimes some scenes are set up differently. Maybe you don't use the nodes. Do we have any light in the scene? Trying to figure out how the scene is laid out. We are in here though.
So this is just basically the interaction with the environment, I presume, then?
It's basically the lighting setup in the scene. So by putting it to 0, it was supposed to get all dark, but it didn't, which is interesting. And I don't know why. If I let me try to check over there. Shading, blah blah blah, object, viewport, object world, use node strength, surface. That is very weird. I don't get it. Well, sometimes you get some weird stuff like this in the scenes. But either way, what I wanted to show you is that you can add lights, which we can actually do. I mean, it should still have an effect, maybe, probably. Do you remember the add button at the top? Try to go
Yeah.
down and click on light and maybe add a point light. And then,
Ooh,
okay,
I push sun.
yeah, the point light is at their feet. You can scroll down. No, it added it. I can see it down there. Okay, you
Yeah.
added a second one. And so you can just move it up and put it somewhere and see how it affects the model. Move it up close. And then, do you see again in the properties section on the right?
How do I move the light? That's one thing I forgot. I used to know how to move things circle.
If you can't click on the light, just use the outliner. It's easier. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's not gonna be real practical to select like this. Just go on the top right of your screen and select the light in the outliner, and then you can move it. No, it's okay. It's selected. You click on it,
Yep.
and it selected it in the view.
There we
Exactly.
go.
And now, okay, so now you see now that you've selected the light. Can you see in
Yep.
the properties section on the right, bottom right?
Yep.
Yeah. Do you see the little green light icon?
Yeah.
And here you have all of the settings for the light, so you can increase the brightness, the power in watts. So yeah, just increase it, see how it affects the model. And it's 100, yeah. And you can play around with it. You try to put it closer to the model so that it lights up.
Oh, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, right? Personally, my favorite part of playing with Blender is the lighting and the shading setup. So yeah, you can see
Oh,
I've even got
that's
bloom because my light is close enough and it's strong enough. So and
oh, that is actually really cool, man.
yeah. Uh,
Ooh.
what did I want to show you with this? Oh yeah, okay. So here's the thing. The difference between the two last viewing modes, the viewport shading. No, hold on. Okay, so let me figure out the names. It's wireframe, solid, material, and render. Okay, so like the difference between material and render is that render has all of your lights, all of your scene. It's basically what you're gonna see in the final image whenever you render. And material preview is just to preview the materials as it says. So you've got no lights, no nothing. It's just
Um,
it's just a basic lighting setup just so that you can see, oh yeah, the model would look like this. Just so that you can check that everything is plugged in correctly. Because you couldn't do that in this mode, basically.
makes sense.
Yep. So yeah, we check the light, how they work. Move the light out. What else is there? Well, what you can do is try to click on the stormtrooper and go into edit mode to see how it is, and maybe check the. No, you gotta click only on the stormtrooper. Like just click on the stormtrooper.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the rig. So like try to click again on the white parts. Yeah, that's the stormtrooper. And now you can click on tab and or yeah, just use the button.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, it's a little skeleton.
okay, hold on. That's not what I wanted to show you, but I guess it's fine. But just go out of edit mode real quick. Object. No, because you selected rig. Try to click on his helmet or something. Yeah, okay, now
Oh,
click on edit, but yeah.
there we go.
Yeah, okay, that's it. So now you can see all of the vertices and try to check how it's made. Let me try to see if I can figure out some cool stuff to show you with this.
Oh, that amazes me that somebody like actually knew, like did all these little faces, man.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that they did it in a specific order, which made it easier. Let me see if I can find body modeling topology. Uh, because usually you just start with really easy. Yeah, okay. I had seen this image at a point, which really like shows you how not so complex that it all is. Like, okay, this image is a really good example. Do you see how they start with a cube? Then they do some little extrusions like this. It's just 8 small cubes. Then they just extract the feet, which is like what, another set of 8 cubes. Then the arms, and then the head. And then they start adding more and more detail, but in an order that makes sense and that isn't too hard to follow along with. So like you can
Oh, dang.
that's the subdivision and the extrusion workflow, but I think it's called subdivision because basically you can see here you've got like this face here, and the second one, this face is split up in 4, and now it's split up in 8, and now it's split up in 16. So like you subdivide one time each time, like it's a division. And so here's how I'm gonna show it to you. You should have a pretty strong computer, so let's go back to object mode. Oh, okay,
Okay.
never mind. They already have a subdivision. So you selected the model. Go into the little, yeah, this, oh no, they don't have a subdivision. Hold on. Are you selecting the right, try to click again on the helmet? Where is it? I go here. It's buffering. Hold on. Oh, I hope it's not gonna crash. Oh, it's probably gonna crash because it was probably a very big subdivision. Or maybe it's fine. Yeah, hold on. Did it work? Yeah, okay. Can you see on my screen? Can you check my screen real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's are you seeing my screen?
Yeah, I have yours Discord up on a different monitor.
Oh, okay. Oh, you have 2 monitors also. That's nice.
I have
So
three
here.
actually.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah. I have the subdivision. So how can I explain to you how this? Okay, that's definitely not a good example. Let me take the other. Okay, here we got the monkey. Do you see the monkey? Little monkey. We go into the wrench icon. We add a modifier, and then I'm gonna add the modifier which is called. Maybe don't add it on the stormtrooper because it's gonna have way too many vertices and it's probably gonna crash or something. Or not, I don't know, maybe the rig is powerful enough. But basically, okay, where is... It's the subdivision surface here. Or is it this one? Yeah, I think it's this one. So if I click on it, do you see my monkey, how he becomes all smooth?
Oh,
He's
because
a
it added
smooth
all the
monkey
different
now.
faces.
Because
Yeah.
basically, if I go into the wireframe mode, and if I remove it, you can see how it's adding... Wait, hold on. Can I... Can't see. It's not very visible. Maybe if I do shade flat and then I do this. Yeah, okay, can you see, for example, this face here? And if I add it, bam, it's divided in 4 little steps. So that's what our subdivision does, basically. It
Yeah, I
divides...
can see how that could make your life a lot easier when it comes to the
Yeah,
models.
exactly. So you make the basic shape, you know, and then bam, you subdivide it, and then you can apply, for example, and once you've applied it, bam, your model is now this new thing, and you can start working on this one, you know, with the added detail. But the detail, you didn't have to make it all by yourself, making all the little things. You just made the basic shape, applied a subdivision so that it's more smooth, more round, you know, because the human body is round, and then you can start working from there and adding the little touches, you know. But it's like you make the general details, subdivide to get more fine controls, and then only go in deeper whenever you have to add details, like smaller details. So it's there's a very specific order in which you want to do each part of the model, etc. It's a very rigid system from what I've understood, but I haven't tried it yet for myself. So yeah, then let's go back to our stormtrooper. I'm just gonna delete this. I guess we can try the posing then. Let's go here, click on the rig, go back to a good viewing mode so that you can have a good view, maybe that one, yeah. And then try to... Why is yours shiny? Oh, because you put the light in front. Okay, I was wondering why it was so shiny, because you have the light in front. Okay, and now that you've selected the rig, you can go to pose mode. Above, you can see object mode, edit mode, pose mode.
Yep.
And now you can click on the individual bones and start moving them around. Or like, what you should do rather is like rotate them. So like, click the...
Oh, yep.
Yeah, just click... Okay, so one thing you should know, right... Wait, hold on. The left click is to confirm, and the right click is to cancel. So like, for example, try moving your thing. And try to click on left click now, while you're still dragging it.
Oh, wow, I'm subtracting it.
Yeah, it just goes back. So now just do a Control Z to put it back into place.
Ooh.
Control Z a few times. Yeah, okay.
There we go.
And okay, so what you want to do is click on the rotate gizmo.
Right here.
At the left, you know, here you're on the move gizmo. At the left of your screen, here, you've
Oh,
got
yeah.
the rotate gizmo. And now you can rotate, and that's much better, a much better way to try to drag on the green one.
On this little circle right here.
I guess. Huh, that's weird. It's not doing exactly what I thought it would.
That seems to rotate his shoulder guard here.
Yeah, but only the shoulder. Okay, I think it's an IK model. So what an IK model does, IK stands for inverse kinematics, which means it's not forward kinematics. Let me show you an example. If you see my arm, forward kinematics means I move this part of my arm and then everything moves forward with it. And inverse, it's basically the inverse. I take the hand and everything is gonna follow like the rest of my arm is gonna move so that my hand moves in a logical manner. So if you try to move
Oh.
the arm now, if you move it around, you're gonna see everything follows in a logical manner.
Oh yeah, like when I was moving his shoulders, like his elbows bent and everything to kind of like accommodate for it.
Yeah, I don't exactly think so. That's just a parenting thing. But try to use the move gizmo again and to move the arms. I mean the hands, rather. With the move gizmo on here.
Yeah. All right.
Then you select the arms, the little blue ovals thing here.
Yeah.
And then you can see how the arms move and follow. That's the same with the feet and any other protrusion of the body, like the head. Maybe it's gonna move the neck or something.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. Now it's moving both because you're in mirror mode, so you can see the button I'm pointing towards. If you
Yeah.
deactivate it, then you can move individually every arm. So that's inverse kinematic are really a godsend for animating because you don't have to figure out, okay, I want the hand to end up at this place, so I'm gonna have to move this part of the arm, then the other one, then the other one. You just, okay, I want him to grab the thing. I'm putting the arm where the thing is, and bam, he puts his arm to grab the thing, and that's it. Animation done. Very easy, very clear and concise. That's the power of animation. Thing is,
Um,
to get a rig that works like this, it takes a lot of work. And that's the thing. The preparation work, like making the model, making the topology right, making the rig that has inverse kinematics and that and stuff like that, takes a lot of time. So you maybe want to find people who can help you, who have an interest in doing these parts, or maybe you're gonna have an interest in doing these parts. Maybe someone else is gonna do the animation. Personally, what I do for now is I just take models from the internet, like this one, and try to have fun with making animations and see if I can, well, learn some other stuff, like for example the textures, texturing and stuff like this. So maybe I'm gonna deviate, but start simple. Start with stuff that is easy, like posing, because like posing is really easy. You just take the hands, move them, bam. Then maybe you're like, oh, it's cool, but maybe I want this stormtrooper to be pink. And then you start making pink stormtroopers, and then you're like, okay, but maybe I can like make another helmet to make my own character. And then, oh, bam, I know how to make cool 3D models. So yeah, definitely
I
start
gotcha.
easy, find resources online and stuff like that. Very cool. Another thing you may notice is the weapon, which is stored at the bottom, which you can also probably move and put in his hands. Maybe try to make a cool pose if you can with the gun, just to try it out. Use the rotate buttons
I'm
that
just
you
gonna
need.
try and click the gun. Did I click?
I don't know how. Okay, so the thing is, to move the gun, you have to get out of pose mode and go back to object mode. Do you remember?
Yep.
And then you can start dragging
Ah,
it
there we go.
around in object mode. Basically, you're editing the layout of where the gun is placed. So I'm gonna put it here,
There we go.
and then I'm gonna grab. Then you click back on the rig and go back to pose mode, and then you can start moving the hand. Just move your view, bam, rotate a little bit. This, then maybe his hand is gonna point forward, and yeah, that is cool. And can I extend the fingers? Let me see. Okay, can you see in the properties tab again? If you go into the rig, click on the rig and go to pose mode.
Yep.
Do you see the properties tab? I mean the properties section, and
Oh, yeah,
you,
right.
yeah, you see the little green dude, and here you have the layers. Hold on, where are the layers set up? Are you in pose mode? Can you click on the rig real quick?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay, how come you've got all of these layers? I don't got all of them. I don't know exactly which ones you opened, like which model, but can you see on my screen
yeah.
the layers I have? So currently the layers which are activated as are the ones that are in blue. And what I'm figuring is that if I want to move the fingers, the controls for the fingers are probably in some of these layers that aren't showing up. So let me try to find, okay, here I've got the controls for the other arm, which is cool. If I ever want to, for example, close his arm, I can bam, do this and it's gonna grab the gun. I mean, I did a poor job, but okay. Let's find the other one. Oh, that's this hand. So for example, I can pick this. Hold on. Let me try to do a cool thing here. I grab these. I do. Where's the median point of the individual origins? Go back here. For the fingers. Bam. Find this bad boy. Ouch. Okay, let me find the finger. Okay, and then you go onto the side and you straighten the finger. And bam, he's
Oh,
pointing. Look at this,
that's so cool.
right?
That's
And
so cool.
and that's okay. One thing is usually you're in median point or like bounding box center. The thing with this is that it's gonna move everything at once. But if you go, what I did, the cool trick is individual origins. So whenever you rotate, it's gonna rotate every single part individually, you know?
Yeah,
So like
so
every single one is gonna rotate a bit, but since like the ones at the end of your finger are attached to the other ones, since the other one moves, the one at the end moves even more, you know? So that's what
yeah.
makes it work naturally, basically. So those you might sometimes want to switch from bounding box center or like median point to individual origins. It's a cool trick to remember. So yeah, here we got pretty cool stormtrooper posing. It's nice, pretty cool. Yeah, and then you can start animating it maybe if you want. Do you want to get into animation? Should we get into animation now? Probably, since we're already into the posing workflow. So let's
The final blade
say
part.
I want his arm, so I'm gonna select the things again, the layers I had. So by the way, if you select an thing and it just selects one of them, and you want to select both, like multiple of them, just use Shift and select them all. So like for example here, I clicked on Shift to select all of the things I had before. Click, let's see, this one is just I don't know what this is. This one is just the body, and these ones are just the other things, and we want these three at the same time. So let's say I'm at 0 here, and I want him to maybe point the finger and wag the finger like this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on the record button at the bottom here, the timeline. Can you see it?
Yeah.
And then what I can do is I can start. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna click the arm. I'm gonna like move it around, but just not too much, just so that it knows that I moved it around. And then when I'm gonna click on the mouse, you're gonna see where it says 0 here on the side. You're gonna see a
Yeah.
sort of diamond shape in orange appear, and that's a keyframe. And basically a keyframe is so you see all the text here that turn yellow. It's basically
Yeah.
okay. We remember that at this time, at the time 0, there's a keyframe, and the keyframe stores all the information. So we know that at this time the hand was at position -3, 4, something something. And then what if we move it to later at 40, and then I want the hand to be there, and then I go back and you can see it does a smooth transition. And then if I click play, it just moves automatically.
Oh, that's so cool.
So you can try it. You can try doing some movements. Try it.
All right, and that's right here.
I mean, I guess you can go into the animation. No, I guess just go to layout again, because it's easier to go. Just stay into layout, the first tab.
All right.
Yeah, you already have the timeline down there.
Oh, there. That's what this is. All right.
Yeah. So just click on the record button. Then just click on the hand maybe, or whatever you want to move. Go into
I'll
pose
have to go
mode.
back to pose mode. Yeah. Then you can just. Well, I will just be. Oh, I didn't
Remember, you
mean
can
to
do a left click, no, right click to cancel the movement. So yeah, just move it once, then it stored a keyframe, then move the cursor at another point in time, and then you can start moving it again, and bam, it stored a second location. And now
Oh, that's
you can
so
start
cool.
playing.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
so cool.
So that's the
And you
basic
can just
workflow of animation. Looks kind of janky. There are some tricks to make it look more like real, bouncy, but that's more advanced stuff. The ideal way to start is just to try to make basic, like maybe walking animation, maybe someone pointing, maybe someone like moving their hands around, or like just to, sometimes the best way is not to do animation at all. It's just to do posing. Like you for example, try to make a cool pose with this stormtrooper that's actually like that feels like it has movement. Maybe he's like, in a battlefield or something, and he's like running and shooting at the same time. Or like maybe he's shouting, and just try to do a pose that has some cool
Like
emotion to
meaning to
it.
it.
Yeah, exactly. To try to convey movement and to try to get familiar with all the body parts you can move and with different models. And then once you're used to this, you can start doing animation, because animations is basically posing but to the max. Like you've got to do so many poses now for just one end product. So first off, just
Understandable.
learn to make one pose and then move on.
All right,
Okay,
makes sense.
so we got the posing, the animation done, basics. Well, let me just show you what sculpting is then. Sculpting is basically modeling, but without doing any of the weird like, how is it called, the like, the moving the individual vertices and stuff. Thing is, it's not actually that simple. You're not free of the vertices, because how could I explain? Let me go back to the monkey. You see this monkey? If I go to sculpting here, I try to sculpt him, and for example, I take this thing, which what does it do? It adds stuff onto it. It adds stuff on my monkey. It like inflates my monkey. But can you see how it doesn't create stuff? It just moves the already existing monkey parts, the already existing vertices. So like the sculpting tab is not an excuse not to go into the layout tab. It's complementary. Or like maybe sometimes people are only familiar with sculpting, so they ask another professional to get to do a model they can sculpt for them, like basic model, and then you do the sculpting for the little details. So you can either do the little details by hand, by doing the vertices and stuff, or by sculpting if it's something more natural and with more like rounded bits and stuff. But for example, if you want to make a stormtrooper with like square bits and like armor and stuff, you usually want to like stay clear of the sculpting mode.
Makes sense.
Especially because sculpting, like, it works to a point, because then you start doing stuff like this, and then, oh no, I accidentally made these two things so close together. Oh, how do I get them out of there? Maybe another option is gonna fix it. No, nothing is gonna fix that. The only way to fix it is to go back here and actually fix whatever you did. So
Yeah.
it's pretty. Yeah, that's the thing. The most of the things you can do in Blender are set up in a way that is non-destructive, which means you can always go back and edit and cancel, and oh, I want it to be more like this, so let's add some effects. You don't have to do a lot of work if you know how to do it in an efficient way. You know, like subdivision, if you do it in the right order, everything is going to be simple. Sculpting, you do sculpting, oh, I messed up. Well, too bad for me. I guess, I hope I saved my last version, because now it's messed up. So usually people steer clear of sculpting, except, you know, if they're doing, as I said, modeling in a static way, like not a model that you can move, rather a statue, you know, then maybe sculpting mode is for them. We usually want to steer clear of it.
All right, I get it.
What else do we got? Got the shading tab. Maybe you would be interested in the shading tab. Shading tab is to check out the model's textures. So if we go into object, okay, can you see that whole spaghetti mess in here? Like click on the stormtrooper, the model again. Okay, because you have the rig and the model. So here you have all this spaghetti mess. And what is this spaghetti mess? It's basically, oh, remember the textures we had? How are we gonna plug them in? Like which one goes where, what is what, when, and where? So let's try to analyze. I don't think you opened the same model as I did, because you don't have the exact same stuff, but it's basically nearly the same. So what you need to know, material output, the thing at the end here, is basically the output. It's whatever it is getting plugged into it, it's going to be what is going to be displayed. And what is plugged into it? It's the principal BSDF. What is the principal BSDF, you ask? It's the most comprehensive method of shading an object. So like here, for example, do you see the little line that goes from there to there? You just up and plug it, and bam, your model is dark. It doesn't exist anymore. Because there is nothing telling the output, oh, how are we going to shade the model? Is there any textures? Is there any lights going onto it? Like, it's not even going to consider any lights. Like, the lights may exist. It might have put some lights in your scene. But to this model, the lights don't exist, you know?
Yeah.
And maybe you're wondering, like, but why would you want not to take into account the lights? Like, shouldn't the lights always do something at least, or something? Well, actually no, because let's say you want to make an anime character, you know, with special shading. Well then, you gotta tell it, oh, the lights should function differently. So that's why the lights don't always do a thing, because you can actually affect how things look to a very precise degree. So let's go through the principal BSDF's settings. So for context, it's something like, do you know Pixar and Disney? And do you know Toy Story, basically? Well, Pixar and Disney basically invented these highly advanced and realistic shading techniques for Toy Story and other animated movies. And basically, the industry followed, and now it's in Blender. So we've got the base color, which is the color of the armor. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? Let me check your setup. Metallic roughness. Okay, makes sense. Can you unzoom just a bit so that I can see stuff?
Oh, no, unzoom.
Okay. Yeah, unzoom. Okay, normal roughness is this one. Goes into car. Okay. Should be good enough. You know what? Let's just unplug the thing, and we're gonna try to redo this whole setup from the beginning, just so that you can get a feel for what everything does. So try to click on Add, and then click on Search, and then type BSDF, and you take the principled BSDF. Principle because it's using the principles of real light.
Principle BSDF.
Exactly. And then you put it somewhere, and then you plug it into the surface. Then bam, got ourselves a very flat looking stormtrooper. So what can we do from there? Well, first off, you can change the base color to whatever color you want. Go down, yeah, and click on the white. Click on the white, and then bam, change the color. That's cool. Then what can we do? We can edit the subsurface. What the subsurface does? It basically makes it so the model feels like it's made out of jello or something. Try to put it to white again, and then try to increase the subsurface. And you're gonna see, like, instead of being made of plastic, it's gonna be made of some sort of wax or jello. Like, zoom in. Try to zoom in. Oh, by the way, if you wanna go up, try to do shift and then middle click. Shift and middle click, and then you can go up like this.
Yeah.
So do you see how he's more like sort of translucent, transparent or something? Oh, that's definitely too much. Go back to 0, and then just drag it so that it goes to 1. You can drag.
Oh.
But you see how it's made of some sort of like, it's like you could it's like it's made of wax basically.
Yeah.
So that's what subsurface does. It's like whenever you point a lamp torch behind your fingers and they become all red. Well, that's basically what's happening. In wax is kind of the same style of stuff. So subsurface is cool. What else do we got? Okay, metallic. Try to increase the metallicness. Just use the dragging. You can drag. Oh, and by the way, remove the subsurface. No, at the top subsurface.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Yeah. So you can see metallic, how it affects things. It's you would be able later on to go on the internet and maybe learn why those things work like that. Because these are all basically real life flying concepts, which you can learn how they work and maybe learn, okay, how. Because, okay, metallic, I suppose, yeah, it's all well and good, you increase it, it's supposed to be metal. But what kind of metal, how much each metal is metallic, you know? What setting should I use for example, my fridge, if I want to put a fridge in Blender? What setting should I use, you know?
Okay, that makes sense, actually.
Then you've got the roughness. Try to remove metallic first. No, not specular. Put the specular back, Control Z. Okay, try to remove the roughness.
Oh.
You can see now he's all glowy something something, and then roughness and bam, he's not glowy anymore. And maybe try to go to the rendered view, because you put a light, if I remember right, and then you can see how it works with your light, and try to remove roughness and increase roughness again. No, you can go back to the rendered view. Go back to the rendered view. And try to play with the roughness in there. Like other settings, and maybe see how it's affecting. Like, do you see on my screen how, like, you can see the little shiny bits in here? If I remove the roughness, bam. I mean, if I put roughness, I mean, no.
Oh, you see the reflection is so cool.
Yeah.
Oh, mine's black and white.
That is maybe because well, that's probably because you've got the right file. I don't think we opened the same files. Maybe you opened V1, and I did open V3 or something. But it's fine. Just go back to the material preview and let's continue from there. Because yeah, what material preview does, basically, it doesn't take into account your lights, but it has. Do you see the background with the sort of trees and sun, and whatever?
Yeah.
Do you remember the little arrow next to the shading options?
Yep.
And you can go there and click on the circle, yes, and you can choose your own HDRI basically. So like you can go in a field, you can go in a sort of yeah, you can pick your stuff. For example, there's this dark room or something, and then you've got other options like the strength of the light and the blur. Like, try to reduce the blur to see the actual image.
Oh.
And
Oh,
for example,
wow.
try to put your roughness to 0 so that your character is reflective, and put it to well, the grass is good. Let me put the grass also, and normally you should be able to see the grass inside of the reflections. So yeah, I think on his feet you can see it's green because it's basically reflecting the grass at the bottom. And
Uh,
that's basically, can you see the two circles here at the bottom? The two circles, you
yeah.
have a white one and this one. And basically you see how I'm looking at his feet, and I've got the green in the middle and some blue at the edges. Well, that's basically what you see on the feet. And if I go here, you can see that the green is more so on the bottom. And now if I go there, you can see the green is at the edges. It's like it shows you basically how it's gonna apply the thing to the model
Ah,
in the light and
oh, that's
stuff.
cool.
So yeah,
Yeah.
let me put the blur back so that we can see the model correctly. Strength down. What else do we got? So mainly you don't really want to touch its specular too much, because how to explain what specular is? Specular is basically telling Blender how a model interacts with light that comes from the side. And people usually, what they like to do is, if they don't want, let's say I put the roughness here, no, and people are like, oh, but I don't want my model to be shiny. Maybe they're gonna like remove the specular, because it actually makes it like less shiny, as you can see. Like here it's shiny because I put the specular to the max. Here it's not shiny, but actually what you want to do is play with the roughness, not with the specularness, because every single object in the real world has some specularness, I guess. And to explain
Yeah.
this, do you see, for example, a floor made of wood, basically, a floor made of wood? And
Yeah.
I saw a video on YouTube, maybe I can find it, but specular example, specular example. Oh, do we have a real life specular real life, specular reflection in real life? Can I see that? Oh, they're not showing like very practical examples. Ooh, okay. So do you see here? I've got an image of. Oh, that's a very low resolution image. No, shut up, Google. Okay. Do you see how it rained on the floor? And since you're looking at an angle, it's like it's a mirror, but really it's just a fine uh, layer of water, And if you were to look at the ground, you would just see the floor, like the regular floor. But like, can you see how on this image you can see kind of like the floor tile separation better, like when it's closer, and as you go farther and farther, it becomes more and more like a mirror. It reflects, even
Yeah.
though water isn't really that reflective. Like if you put water in a glass of water and to drink it, and you look at the water, it's transparent. You don't really see. But have you tried putting it like looking at a window and putting the water just below the window and seeing basically a reflection of the window in the water, even though the water isn't that reflective? Because the more you look at an angle, the more reflective stuff becomes, and that's just a general thing in real life.
Yeah, I see that. I can see that with the other images, and you have
Yeah,
Google there to specular versus diffusion reflection.
exactly.
That
So even a book, because I saw a video on YouTube, he was like, "Oh, this book is red," and then he was like showing it from the window, and he was like, "How come it's pink now? Can you explain this?" That's specular reflection, basically. So yeah, you don't really want to touch this. And that's the same thing. All of these settings, they all mean something. They all might be useful. Sometimes you want to touch them, sometimes you don't want to touch them. But ideally, at some point, you're gonna look, oh, what does that mean? What effect is it trying to replicate from real life? And yeah, so you've got you've got the roughness, the what else do we got? Okay, here's a cool thing. Put the roughness back to 0, leave the specular, it's fine. And now we want to play with the transmission. So put the transmission to wait. Put the transmission to 1. And bam.
Ooh.
We got ourselves a glass stormtrooper.
Oh, that's trippy.
Yeah. And so here it's not actually a glass stormtrooper, it's a sort of water stormtrooper. Because do you see the IOR, the index of refraction it's called. And so the IOR of water actually is 1.333. And so if you put this, what do you mean it's not a valid value? Leave me alone. 1.333. Okay, so this should look like water. Now it's a water stormtrooper. If you see
it's so cool.
Through the sun, now you can see it's very shiny, it's very cool. And now, for example, just put it at 1 and you're gonna see, oh, what is this? It's a glass stormtrooper. It's not very visible here. But let me just put my light back. I guess you can't see it either. No, but basically it doesn't, like, you can see if I were to put my blur to 0, can you see how it's basically just a glass stormtrooper? And then let me turn up the value bit by bit, just so that you can see what it does. If I put it to 1.01, no, that's not enough. Let me, what did it do? Okay, hold on, I'm confused. 1, okay, and then I put it to 1.1, and yeah, it's too small, so let me use this. No, that's too big. Okay, let me increase it bit by bit. So like if I put it at 2, can you start to see how it zooms in, kind of?
Yeah.
But it zooms in only in the middle, and then it kind of like pushes everything on the side, so that it compacts on the side, and then as you increase it to 4, the middle becomes bigger and the side become like compressed. And that's basically what water does. Like that's how light affects whatever you're viewing through it. And if we go, for example, in the other direction, so like here we're at 1, then we go to 9.90, I guess. No, that's not the right thing. But I mean, you can see how now everything contracts and it zooms in on the edges or something. So now it's sort of it's not like water, it's more like a sort of metal, maybe. A slime? Maybe a slime. Probably a slime. So that's just how it affects water and stuff. Not water, like, anyways, index of refraction, water is 1.333. If you want to do a window, it's 1, and that's basically the gist of it. And then if you want to do some specific materials, you can look online for index of refraction. I go here, I go index, just IOR, water, bam. You can see it's going to tell you it's 1.33. Then let's say, yeah, different transparent objects, which index of refraction they have. And then
let's just look that up then.
What did you say?
I was just, if you can just look that up from pretty much like any object or material, like water,
yeah,
windows
exactly.
and everything.
Just a Google search away. I mean, I don't know any other thing except glass and water that would be transparent that you would have to. I mean, like some half transparent stuff, like maybe, like, how do we say that in English? Papier, anglais. It's like translucent. Okay, well, translucent paper IOR, maybe. Oh, here we go. Pink Silence Poly, IOR index of refraction list. Here you should have a big list of many different objects. Oh, okay. Gold, ice, iron, ivory, lead, copper, crystal, alcohol. All this good stuff. So yeah, you can look at it if you're interested. It's just a Google search away, and it's
Oh,
very interesting
ice.
to go and to
I
look
want to do
into
ice.
ice.
309. Huh?
This is like,
It's 1.309.
yeah. And then, okay, so if I 1.309, you said? Yeah, but then you see, do you see how it's still kind of the same? That's because you gotta change the transmission roughness. Try to change the roughness now. And you're gonna see it start to become solid. It's a solid, transparent thing.
Oh,
And now,
yeah.
do you see in the sun? Look at the sun. Like, it changes. That's cool. So that's basically how textures work. Now try to remove the transmission. And let's do the last setting, the emission. So try to go into the emission color and change it to white, for example. And now you have a shiny boy. And you can increase the strength and maybe make it a different color, you know. Now you've got a shiny stormtrooper. So like maybe that would be used if you have some lights on the gun or on the suit, and those parts are gonna light up. Maybe the I don't know if the eyes light up or something, but you can definitely make some things light up if you need to. And that's about it.
Oh,
Then you got the alpha to make it transparent. Maybe it works or maybe not. I don't know. Anyways, now that you've got a gist of all the settings, what are the textures for and how do you use them? Well, it's simple. It's kind of simple. You see how when you use the base color, it changes the whole color of the whole object. Well, what if you
yeah.
want to change only one part, like the helmet to be like white and the neck to be dark, you know, like on the actual model? Well, what you do, you have a texture for this. So like take the Stormtrooper C here, you know, the one that looks like this on the side,
Yeah.
that has the actual colors that you want, and then plug it into the base color of your texture, your own texture. Bam. And then, oh, look at this. We got our Stormtrooper texture. Let me go back to Discord to see what you're doing. Yeah, basically, have you plugged the base? No, you need to plug the first one, the one at the top.
Oh, first one. I plugged in the second one.
Yeah. No. Oh, I mean, yeah. You can.
There we go.
And then, bam,
There
you
we go.
got your Stormtrooper. And what's cool is that you can still play around with the other settings. So like, try to make a transparent Stormtrooper now, with the textures. Like you should be able to see it's made of water or ice, but it's still very much the right colors. It's like an icy Stormtrooper.
Oh.
You know? So that's pretty cool. And then as you plug more and more textures, like you can remove the transmission now, and as you plug more and more textures, you're gonna see stuff become more and more logical. So like here, for example, you can see on my side, there's specular is at max, and like no roughness. So like you can see, he's very shiny from every single part. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna find the roughness texture. Let me just find it. Which one is it? So I'm gonna select. This is not the roughness. Is this the roughness? No. Wait, was that the roughness? Maybe. Okay, hold on. This one is the metallic. And the factor. Okay, this is the roughness. So if I oh yeah, okay, it's definitely weird. So like, do you know which one you took before? Yeah, I think it's this little yellow dot at the color. Do you see the ramp? Yeah, do you see the color output of the ramp?
This one?
Yeah, do you see the color output of the ramp on the right of the box? No, not the input, the
Yeah,
output.
right here.
And now normally drag it to the roughness.
Roughly.
Roughness on your VSDF.
Yeah.
No, the roughness, the first one. First roughness.
There we
Yep.
go.
And that should do it, I think. Yeah, it probably did it. If you look on my model, if I take here the thing that was plugged in roughness and plug in mine, you would see that the black parts normally become way less shiny, and same thing for the rest of the model. So yeah, and then we can start plugging more and more things. So like here we've got the metallic, so I'm gonna take it, bam, plug it into the metallic, and now some bits should look more metallic. Like for example, well, a better way to show it to you is like if I put everything to max metallicness, bam, he's a metal stormtrooper, and then I plug it back, and now, oh, only the parts that need to be metallic are gonna be metallic, you know? And
Yeah.
then same thing, we've got the normal map. So like, do you know what our normal map is?
No.
Okay, let me find an example, if I can. Nope. Trying to find. Okay, here's a perfect example. I think it is. Yeah, okay, do you see this part on his helmet? Do you
Yeah.
see how there's like some little grooves drawn in here? But actually the grooves are flat, because if you look here, they're just flat. They're just drawn on top of the model. And if you look at, if you go into edit mode and you look at the vertices, you see it's all like flat vertices, like it's a square here, you know, and there are little squares. It's like there aren't any grooves, even though it is supposed to look grooved. So normal maps, what they do is that they add detail, like 3D detail on a 2D surface. So like if I plug the normal map here, you're gonna see, bam. Do you see the bumps?
Yeah.
So they appear, and now up they disappear. And basically what it tells the model is it tells the model where this, like how depthy the thing is. Like if you see on the texture, like if you look at it, you can kind of see the 3D-ness of the image. Do you see the little folds, the
Yeah.
little bumps? And so I'm pretty sure we can find the bumps on his nose thing somewhere around here. Like it's probably here. You can see his gloves. And, yeah, I can't find. Oh, here it is. Here are the grooves on his nose. Bam, we found them. So that's what's adding the effect, basically. And what it does, like, here's a thing that you should know about normal maps. It's not actually making the 3D model move or have more depth. The only thing it's doing is telling which light should affect it, you know? So like, if you don't have the normal map, here, if you look at the vertices, this one is like facing kind of like this. So like the light that is coming from there is gonna affect it. And if another one is facing like this, the light from there is gonna affect it. And basically the normal map is saying like, no, just don't care about whatever they're saying the light should be, care about what I'm saying, about what this image is saying, you know? And so
Yeah, so it creates like the illusion of depth because of
exactly. But if you
how
look
light
at
works.
if you look at it from the side, you're gonna see stuff become flat again. That's the it's a little trick, you know. It adds depth as long as you don't look from the side. It's fast. It doesn't require you to add a lot of detail, because as you can see, the squares are really simple here. But it has some issues.
You're gonna be doing great things.
And that's something you're gonna find often in 3D modeling. If you want things to go faster, you have to use little tricks that look good only from one perspective or something like this. So it's about
Makes
being
sense.
smart where you use those tricks, you know, because if you have a wall that is very much outside of the playing space in a video game that you're never gonna reach, of course you're never gonna look at it from the side, so you can just use a normal map then. And for example, one thing that many games do is on the back of the 3D model, you know, you've got the vertices here, but whenever you look at this part of the model, these vertices here disappear. They're invisible, and the program doesn't render them. And if you turn, like they start appearing before you look at them, and then the other ones on the back start disappearing in turn. So like you've got plenty of little tricks like this.
Kind of
And,
how like in a game it won't render a place that you're not at, and like that's when
exactly,
you go
yeah.
back to it. Yeah.
For
That
example,
makes
like
sense.
everything that's behind the camera, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, because there's no reason for it to. It saves on memory.
Exactly. And there are other little tricks like level of detail where you can see a tree, and as you get farther from it, it gets replaced by lower poly versions of the tree. And as you get like really, really far, it just becomes a JPEG. Like a literal flat texture. So yeah, a lot of little tricks like this, pretty interesting. Yeah, I've been rambling a lot about the shading because that's the main thing I do in Blender, and I like it. But I guess we're nearly done with it. One last thing I could tell you is maybe how like the difference between Eevee and cycles. So like cycles, it's very accurate. If I go back to cycles here, do you see how the model kind of changed their looks? Like,
Yeah.
can I show you one part of the model? If I maybe turn up the brightness to the max, I'll show you something. Just real quick. Oh, okay, I know how to show you. I'll put this very bright. I'll go back to layout. Okay, go back to here. Okay, add a plane. I'm just doing a little setup here just to show you. So now I've added a plane real quick. I go to the material tab, plus I change the base color. Okay, now you can see how the plane is red. Okay. Can you see the how the arm is red on the bottom? That makes
Yeah.
sense, right? Because like the light bounces and it goes back up. But that's because we're in cycles, and cycles is very realistic with the little rays. If you go back to Eevee, oh, right, where's the red gone? There's no red because Eevee is dumb and it's fast, but it's dumb. So you have some tricks. For example, let's just put really quickly. I'm just showing you like some real quick stuff that you're not supposed to remember, but just to show you the difference. If I put an irradiance volume here, put it here, and basically the irradiance volume is just telling Eevee, hey, stop being dumb. Look, you need to put red over there. So if I put the irradiance volume here, maybe increase the depth to more, like this. Okay, and then I do, where do I go here? Indirect lighting, bake indirect lighting, and now it's gonna start doing some calculations. Maybe if it wants to. Okay, it did, but it's not perfect. Like, can you see some amount of red in there? Wait,
Yeah.
no, I think it was already there. Well, I it's not the best
I mean,
thing to
I
show
get
this
what
at.
you're doing though.
But yeah, basically it's supposed to bring back the indirect lighting. That's what an irradiance field does. But here's because it's like all about choosing your drawbacks. So here the drawback is that if you move your model, if I take the model and move it, and I move it outside of the box, bam, there's no indirect lighting anymore. If I put it here, it's gonna be half indirect lighting, half not. And for example, if the character moves the bed, and the bed made a lot of indirect lighting in the room, and you move the bed because like he's moving out or something, well, it's the room is still gonna be lit up as if the bed was there, which doesn't make sense. So like you can't really use this for stuff that is moving. You have to use it only on stuff that is static. So yes, it's faster, but you can't move.
That's fair.
Yeah. So it's all about drawbacks and learning the drawbacks. And then you might have one question. Let's transition to the other topic. It's all good, like how the textures, we put the textures and it figured out, oh, the textures put the color. But how did it actually figure out which colors go where? Well, that's where UV editing comes in. So let's check the UV editing tab.
Which one's
The tab at the top. The tab. Up.
Oh,
The
yeah.
real top. Yeah. So UV editing. Maybe we should start with a simple thing. Can you open a new Blender window?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you have your cube there? No, just add a quick cube in here. Exactly. And now if you go to the UV editing tab, do you see this little like cross shape?
Yeah, that's the box sprawled out.
Exactly. And that's basically how you do texturing. If you put a texture here, it's gonna try to put the texture on this thing and then construct the cube from this shape. So then what you have to do is tell, okay, I want this model to be unwrapped like this. It's literally called unwrapping. Like UV is unwrapping. I don't know what V stands for, but it's unwrap. So if we go, how can we do that? Oh yeah, if you select the object, so like I select my stormtrooper, can I see? I'm trying to see how to view, if I can. Oh, okay, because I need to say, okay, now can you see all the little things in here? Like you can see the helmet over there.
Yeah.
If I select only the helmet vertices, see, bam, I only select the helmet vertices here and they're showing up, and all the rest of the bits I selected. So like you can see, for example, the helmet is here and there is the front of the body here, but it's all spread out all across the model, which is fine because like what you want to do with this is take as little space as possible and have as little gaps as possible, because you know, again, the part that takes the most space in the files is gonna be the textures, actually. Like whenever you see games, oh, 4K textures, it's an HD game or whatever, and the game like is 100 gigabytes to download, like the recent Call of Duties, it's only like mainly it's because of these textures, and that's the main
Oh.
culprit. Because like if you think about it, like the mesh is a few kilobytes, even like big ones. I mean kilobytes, maybe like 30 megabytes, we'll say, and you've got the programming that's just text, it's basic, and yeah, you've got the videos and the images. That's what's gonna take a whole lot. Like the images for just one model could be a full gigabyte just for one model. If you have like a really HD, high resolution character with pores and stuff, you know, with very high definition eyebrows, something like that. So it's all about taking the less space you can. And yeah, I guess maybe I could show you how to unwrap your own simple cube. Can I do that? Can you select? Okay, let me go back to my cube. Do I have any cube in here? Layout, add a cube. I'll add a cube like you did. Okay, I go to UV editing and I see this. So can we add an image? Do you have any image you wanna just put on your cube right now?
I mean, I have one. I have probably one I could put on it.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, try to do image new, then give it a name, whatever.
Well, apparently I shouldn't have taken months.
Yeah, you can just click on OK. And now what we're gonna do, okay, do you see at the top how it's written entitled, and you click on the folder and you should be able to go into your files and just find a file that you would like. So let me put, do you have anything in my documents?
That's
I don't.
a lot of work, Spirit. You lost. You expect to be paid back, regardless.
This image of a cosplay of a Kentucky Fried Chicken dude for some reason.
Colonel Sanders. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I can go.
Oh, okay. This is a picture I drew.
Oh, that's nice. And it should show up in here, maybe. Doesn't show up for me. That's weird. Huh. Interesting. Oh, hold on. Maybe because we need to go into shading then. And if we select the cube, because it doesn't have a material, huh? Texture paint. Oh, never mind. Oh, sorry, I'm very dumb. Because actually we added the image to the UV editing tab, but we need to add it into the texture tab. Because obviously it's a texture. So you go into the texture and you go into new, and then you go into open and you select your image, and normally it should work now. Please work. Come on. Why aren't you working? I don't know. Oh, shading then? Okay. A search image. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
there you go.
Yeah. So what I did, because like I tried to find the easy ways in the menus, but I'm much better at the shading tab. So like when you go into the shading tab, you click on your cube. No,
It's gonna be object mode.
Yeah, object mode. Okay, you're on your cube. Now you click on new to create a new material for your cube. And now, as you can see, it automatically put a principal BSDF and a material output, because that's what most people want at the beginning. So now you want to plug something in the base color. So what you do is you click on add input and image texture. Somewhere around here, image texture. Or just click on search and click on search image texture is better. I just use search usually. I'm trying to find the easy methods, but I'm so used to shortcuts I don't really know anything else. Yeah, image texture. And then bam. And then you can plug it into the color, and then you can open your file again, and you should find it.
Is it okay if I have to try and come over just for a few hours? Okay.
Now you plug it, and it should work.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
hey, that's cool.
And now we can go back.
Sorry, I keep saying that's cool a lot. I do apologize.
Because it's cool. It's very cool. Like every time I'm working on a new project, I'm like, oh, what cool stuff can I do? And then I'm like, oh, I don't know how to do that. Let's look at a tutorial. And then I'm learning it. I'm like, oh, damn, that's so cool. I want to do more of that. So like, if you look just at whenever you start the app, there are so many tabs, so many things you could do. So yeah, obviously it's cool. And then what you can try to do is go back to the UV editing tab and try to play around with the dots and see how it moves the model.
That's the one that's showing up for texture paint. It's not showing up in UV.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you why, because you need to select the vertices. So click, put your cursor here, and click on A.
Sorry, do that again.
Just let your cursor over the cube and click on A. And now it's selecting everything. And now you can see it all in here, and you can start moving the dots. That's gonna move your image.
Oh, wait. Okay, I have it selected.
Yeah, and by the way,
object.
yeah, no, it's go back to edit mode, but just go back to the top bar, you know, and scroll to be able to find the viewport, like, you know, these circles here. What you can do instead is you can just scroll.
Oh, there we go. I was in. Okay, I forgot about that. Oh, there we go.
And don't forget you can scroll if the window is too small.
Oh, right. Yeah. And I used to know all these things, I swear, at one time.
No, it's you have no, you need to use the ones on the left of this window.
Oh, right.
It's different for each window. No, it's not this one, it's the yeah.
So like if accidents, you can build up an album.
And by the way, maybe you'd be interested in knowing some cool, useful shortcuts. Like, do you see how I'm moving the thing without even using the gizmo and it's really fast?
Yeah.
It's because I'm using the G key. So like you click on whatever, you click on G, and then you can start moving it and click. It's very fast with the G key. And this works across everything. So like, let's say I've got my cube here, and I want to move it. I can just click on G and start moving it, and moves. And then you've got the R key for rotate, so like I can rotate it now. And I've got the S key for scale, and I can scale it.
Oh, hey. Oh,
So yeah,
that looks weird.
yeah, because you selected only half of the cube. Because yeah, when you try to select something, it only selects what's in the front, so you've got to use A. So yeah. So we've got S to scale, R to rotate, and G for some reason to move. Because what does M do? M is for moving to collections, it's something else. Yeah, G is for moving. It's weird, but
Oh,
it's the only
if you
one.
push G again, it does this.
Yeah, there are some other shortcuts that are bound to double clicking a button.
Oh, makes sense.
That way you
Hotkeys
can,
are very
because you
nice.
know your keyboard is small, so like you've got to have more shortcuts in the same amount of space. So you've got like some double click shortcuts. For example, you've got the rotate, and it rotates from the point of view. You know, so for example, if I rotate from the other side, it rotates from this point of view. But if I double click, it rotates like this. You know.
From the axe, from the origin, yeah.
Yeah, it rotates like a Rubik's cube or something. Whereas here it rotates like this. If it in scale, you can't do double scale. But for example, here's one thing that you may be interested in knowing. If I want to rotate, for example, the cube, and I want to rotate it on the y-axis, I click on the Y button. Now I can only rotate it on the y-axis. Same for the x-axis, the X button, and for the z-axis, the Z button.
Oh, that's actually makes sense.
It moves. It works for moving. So like you've got the x-axis, the z-axis, the y-axis. And here's another cool trick. Let's say I wanted to move on the y and x-axis, but not the z-axis, so the vertical. I just wanted to move along the ground. I click on Shift Z because I don't want it to move along Z. And here you go.
Oh, okay.
And it works also for scaling. So like you can scale along the vertical and stuff. And again, if you want to cancel, just left click. And then what do we got? Oh, let me show you a cool trick. Let's say, do you remember how I moved my cube? Like if I do a move, Shift Z, but do you see how like now it's very far, it's hard to see, it's hard to put in the exact place I want. Well,
Yeah.
what I can do is I can drag the corner, like go back to layout, first off.
Oh, sorry.
Right click.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go back to layout, and now you can drag on the corner as I did in the beginning. Like, do you see the corner I'm pointing to here?
Yeah.
And once it's this cursor, you can start moving it and creating a new viewport. I don't know. I think you drag the window there. Just put it back to the max. Yeah, no. Take the here and drag it to exactly. Yeah.
Got it.
And now what you can do, for example, a lot of people have like maybe a top view, and another view to see how it's actually gonna look. And then what they can do, I can move it like this and see it how it's gonna look in the final preview, but actually move it from the top, So like if I want to put it exactly here, I can. Whereas if I was doing it from there, it would be very hard to place. Or for example, you can have your yeah, and you can also play with the different views, So like you can have one to be in the solid view, so that it doesn't take much performance. You can have one in small with your final view that has the final thing, but in small, and one that is there for working in big, and play around with it. which is very practical. You know, and then what you can do, let's say, oh, okay, I'm done with this view. I want to do something else now with this view. Do you see this button to the left of the object mode, whatever?
Yeah.
If you click on this, you have all of these options. Now, click on Outliner.
Outline.
On the
Oh,
right, you've got Outliner,
I-
the first one on the right.
Yep, I just saw it. I clicked it off on accident.
And bam, now you got a second outliner. And same thing, you can get a second properties window, you know, where you got your light settings and your render settings. You can get every kind of weird window that you would like to have. The timeline, for example, that you've already got at the bottom. Or the shader tab with the spaghetti things.
Oh,
So you can make your own layouts if you want, and if you're not satisfied with the default one, you can always change that and adapt. But the default one is pretty nice. Yeah, but definitely the thing you're probably gonna use most is make a different viewport to see stuff from above or whatever else. Because you know, that's the thing. Whenever you're making a 3D animation, the cool thing with 3D animation is that you don't really have to care about where the camera is going to be placed. You know, when you do 2D animation, you're usually going to be thinking of, okay, where's the character going to move? How's the scene going to look? Whenever you do 3D animation, you can just have a top view and say, okay, they're going to go there because like there's a road and they need to follow the road, obviously. And then you can figure out, okay, I'm going to place the camera there, but it's all in a different time. And yeah, you can see how it looks from the top, from the side, and then figure out what you prefer. What else is there? And we got shading, textures, UV. UV is good. Then you'll be able to figure out the complexities on your own with like actual YouTube tutorials, which are much more competent at explaining one single topic, you know?
yeah.
But yeah, we got sculpting, modeling, layout, thing, animation, render. Let's try rendering then. You got your cube or your stormtrooper or whatever. I guess the stormtrooper is kind of you know what? Let's go back to the stormtrooper.
Alright.
And let's go back to the layout tab. Layout. And then go back to the render view. Okay, that looks fine. Now try to, okay, where is the camera? Click on your, do you have a big keyboard with a numpad? Do you know? Yeah, a keyboard with the number pad.
Oh yeah.
Click on the button 0, the big 0.
I am.
Nothing happens. Oh, okay, never mind, because we don't have a camera in the file. Whenever we open the file, the stormtrooper file didn't include a camera, so we're gonna add one. Again, click on add camera, and bam, we got a camera now.
Okay.
The camera is underground, so again, you need to move it. Now we can use G, because we know how to use it. And put it in front of the stormtrooper wherever you want.
Ooh.
Yeah, just put it in front of the stormtrooper. Exactly.
Alright, there we go.
And now click on 0, and bam, you're inside the camera.
Oh yeah, so you can see what it's going to see.
Exactly. Now you can move it more, like, better. No, you can actually stay in the camera and move it from there with the G button. You remember?
Oh right, yeah.
And that's much more practical. By the way, you can switch to Eevee if you want, so it's faster. And so it takes less time to render, maybe. And now,
there we go.
Now what you can do is click on F12. And here we go. I mean, weirdly, it doesn't have the shade. Okay, we can fix this. Close the render real quick. Close the window. Okay, and go back to the world, the Earth icon in red in the properties. And go, yeah, set the strength to 1 again. Yeah, that should be good. And now you can fire off another render with F12. And here we go. Mine looks the same, but yours looks better now. We fixed the lighting. So that's it. Do you have your animation still with the arm moving? Okay, you can close this window, by the way. This is the render window. It's not the actual Blender window.
Yeah, sorry, give me 1 second.
Okay. Oh, you got Windows 11. I had problems with Windows 11.
Alright.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, sorry. My headphones died. I had to plug them in, but I have to switch. I had to switch over the output of the sound.
Yeah. I noticed that you were using Windows 11. I was saying that I had problems personally with Windows 11. I had to like my PC blue screened and I had to reinstall and reset everything. I lost some data. That's annoying. I had to install Windows 10 and I also installed Linux on the side. So you got your animation. Yeah, nice. And so the thing is, you can't see the keyframes right now because you haven't selected the rig. It's like if you click on the rig, you should be able to see your keyframes. Now that's the mesh. Yeah, that's the rig. And now go into pose mode. And now you should be able to see your keyframe. If you click on the hand, you should be able to click to see the keyframes for the hand specifically. That's the thing.
Oh yeah, I see the one. Right
Okay,
here.
yeah. And where's the other keyframe?
I know. Just here.
I think you had 2 for. Like maybe if you select the actual hand, because that's the finger.
Oh right.
Try to move the view, like make it closer so that you can find the. Just move it up. Yeah, it's the little circle here. Yeah, this one. And now you can see you have your 2 keyframes here. I mean, you just made a third one.
Oh yeah.
But okay, try to drag your arrowhead, your playhead it's called, yeah. Try to drag it at the first keyframe. At the first second. No, just take the playhead.
Which is this one?
This thing, the blue thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, select the hand again. Just select the hand again so that you can see the keyframes. Okay, just point it at the first one, the first keyframe.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, and now fire off a render. And now, bam, you've got your hand there, and then you can actually put your playhead wherever you want in the animation and fire off another render, and you'll see it moved accordingly. And then, for the cool part, you see these buttons in here? You see the end at 250? Just move it up so that it matches about where the end of your actual keyframe is, so that it doesn't last for too long. You can also drag it. Oh yeah, you can also drag keyframes, by the way. And once you're done with this, go to, okay, do you see your render button in the properties? Go right below it in the output button. And now you can customize like your resolution, a percentage, your frame rate, and plenty of other cool stuff. And what we want to do is change this thing. And okay, so follow along with me, FFmpeg video. At the end, FFmpeg video. Then you want to go down into encoding. And then you want to select MPEG-4, which is MP4. MPEG-4. And then we don't need audio, so it's okay, no audio. And then I guess we could just fire off. Hold on, if I go there, that should be good, I think. Maybe find a folder in here. Select a folder that you would be able to find later.
All right.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. Go. Can you go into your file explorer real quick? Because I think you've got some stuff left in there. Yeah. Go into this PC. Go into local C disk. Go into TMP. Scroll down.
Okay.
TMP, double click. Do you remember any of these things?
Yeah, this is when I first used it. I made the cube move as part of the
exactly.
render.
Well, it's still there. Still there. If you want to maybe save it, or if you want to erase it, it's fine, because it's gonna basically, whenever we do an animation now, it's gonna go over this. Usually I'm very like archival focused, you know, that's why I said I wanted to record. Like, I usually always keep everything as much as I can. So if you want, you can save it before we do anything.
Yeah, I want to save it. It was my first render I did. I just made the cube.
What you can do then is like create a new folder in there. Click on a blank spot. No, just go back to local disk tab. Aw, come on. Some people are calling me. I'll tell them I'm busy. Okay. And then as long as you put it in another folder that is not TMP, it shouldn't overwrite it.
Alright.
Did you? I mean, no, but what you should do is actually move your files from the TMP folder, because like whenever you open a new file, it's gonna put.
Oh, so I
Yeah,
just want to
just select everything. Just no, click on whatever file you want. Okay, Control A to select all. Then right click, cut the scissors icon. Scissors icon at the top, and then you click on new at the top left. New folder, and then you set a name for the folder, whichever you want. Folder 1. Okay. Then you double click on the folder and click Control V to paste.
Ah,
nice. And then what you can do is put your folder wherever you want, maybe in a safer spot that's .tmp. You can choose, or you can leave it there for now. Should be fine. And then you can fire off the render of the Stormtrooper. And to do that, well, first off, you selected /tmp/png something. Just remove the /png. Just select the folder, basically.
Over here.
Yeah, just click on the bar and remove the PNG part, the 001. Yeah, just /tmp. Okay, and now what you can do is you can click on Control F12. Now let it figure out the animation, and I think it should be done right about now. So what you can do now is go back to your file explorer, go to TMP, and you should see your MP4 file. No, go to file explorer. This PC TMP, and now here we go. Dude. Yeah. Pretty cool. So let's add some more settings now to our scene. Do you see how the Stormtrooper, maybe make the light more shiny? Can you make it more shiny? Oh, no, never mind. Let's try cycles first. Let's go to cycles so that you can see how it renders and how much slower it renders. Cycles.
Oh,
it looks better now. So now try to fire off just a single render. Not Control F12, just F12 normal. And now you gotta let it figure it out. Like, can you see at the top how it says like simple 108 out of something something?
Yeah.
And you gotta let it figure out until the end. Why is mine not sampling? Oh, samples. I know. Yeah, that's definitely more like it. Did it finish? Oh, that's weird. Okay, go back because now we did some weird stuff because the file. Because you know, whenever you get a file from someone, like the layout they used and settings they used, they're all gonna carry over in the file. So like, it's not gonna be your settings. It's gonna be whatever what was stored in the file, which is weird, but it's like that. So, do you see the render tab? Go to sampling, and then go to render, and click the little three dots here, sampling presets, and click on final. That's actually how you want to make a full render. And now you can do another F12. Oh, stop. And now it's gonna make an actual like good looking render, but it's gonna take some time. So okay, just so that you can get a feel for the time it takes. Seems a bit slow though. You have a better rig than mine, and I'm going way faster. Let me try something. Close the window real quick. Go to file. Oh wait, is it file or is it edit? I don't know. Edit preferences. Then you go into a system, and then you go into optics. Oh yeah, okay. Go into optics, then go to select also your CPU so that it's faster. And then now you can close it. And now it should be instant. Like, try to move the model.
Oh.
No. Cancel. Okay, try to move the. See, it's instant. It's like even faster than before.
Ah.
Because now you're actually using your GPUs, like cycles complete. Okay, try to fire off a render and it should work faster normally. Like we're already at. Yeah, it's definitely faster. Like, let me fire off a render
yeah.
too. And yeah, I'm definitely lagging behind you. And, I would have thought like 4096 was kind of a high number, but actually it's not that crazy nowadays. I mean, for me, it's still kind of long, but you know, especially when you're doing an animation, if it's taking so long, like, is it worth it? Because an animation is like so many images back to back. So like, if you have if let's say it just takes one more second to make the animation, you know, every second counts. Because like, if you're animating like a lot of frames, like 1 second is gonna be multiplied by like 60 times. Like, it's gonna be a full minute to render one. Wait, hold on. I don't know math. Okay, anyways, your render is finished. Mine is still going. But yeah, you know, if you manage to save 1 second per render, like animating just 1 second of thing is gonna take 1 less minute. You know?
Makes sense.
With just 1 second saving. So you gotta squeeze the most juice you can out of your computer and stuff. And as you've seen, just rendering one image took so long with cycles. Whereas animating whole animation, like the whole 10 frames as you had, was instant with Eevee. It's like, that's the thing. If you want to make an animation, as you said you wanted to do, you're not going to be able to use cycles. You're going to have to use Eevee and use the little tricks to make it look better. See, that's the thing. Whenever you do, same thing with if you do like modeling in the sculpting way with statues, you can make the best looking model you can. It's gonna be super pretty, super lots of details, etc. But you won't be able to move it. Same thing, Eevee. No, cycles. Yeah, it's gonna be super pretty, lots of details, but you won't be able to do animation with it. So it's all about trade-offs in 3D modeling. And yeah. What else can we go over? Yeah, yours is it's instant. It's great. Why is mine lagging? Viewport. Oh, that's better. I do 2020. Wait. Noise. Oh yeah, by the way, you should know. Go back to sampling, and do you see in the viewport section here?
And you said just sampling?
Sampling, viewport, and
Yeah.
there are some options in here. So like samples, just deactivate denoise and noise threshold. And samples is basically the amount of samples it's gonna take. If you put it to 0, it's gonna do. Never mind, that's weird. Why it doesn't do it? Oh, maybe because 0 is automatic. If you put it to 1, okay. If you put it to 1, it's just gonna stop at the first sample. So like you move it, it's pixelated while you move it, but it stays like this because it doesn't do anything else. If you put it at 2, it's gonna do 2 samples, etc., etc. So like try to figure out which one would be the best so that it doesn't go on forever and try to compute the samples, you know. It's like for the render it did like 4,000. Here maybe you want to put it at 128, so that once you move, for example, let's say you move your thing and now it's finished and it's not gonna move from there. No, especially because it gets exponentially harder to compute the frames, because like here you've got like a few pixels to compute, so it's very fast, and like it's going da 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 da, as you can see, you know.
Yeah.
Then you've got the noise threshold, which basically means, okay, we're gonna send the little beams out wherever there is the most black squares. So you want to activate this also. And then there's the denoise feature, which is basically, oh, we're gonna try to figure out what it would look like if you activate the denoise. It's gonna look better earlier, if you see what I mean. But it's gonna look blocky, kind of. You see what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It's like wherever there is black, it's gonna try to fill it up with what seems the most logical. But until it fills, so like instead of being pixelated and like filling up the gaps, it's gonna be like weirdly shaped and then shaping better, you know?
Yeah.
And what you wanna do maybe is like in the denoise options, if you expand, you can set the denoise to happen later. So like for example, it's still gonna be pixelated at the beginning, but then it's gonna start denoising once it's good enough. No, not in the render, in the viewport above.
Yeah.
Yeah, and try to do the start sample at 10. And then it's gonna start denoising only from the 10th thing onwards. Which on your computer is still very much instantaneous, so that's cool. Like, is there such... I mean, I guess I got that at 2060, which is the bottom range of the last gen, so yeah. Which one did you say you had? Like at 30... how?
3060 RTX.
Okay, it's still way faster than a 2060 though.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, which is good because then you can do more stuff in cycles. And then if you want, so you see how the render settings are set to, if you click on final, the render settings are at 4,000. But if you use a combination of like setting maybe your stuff to like 512 maybe, and a denoise to optics maybe, because optics is something from NVIDIA, is pretty good. And then the noise threshold, and you fire off a render like this, it shouldn't look too bad. Like, see, bam. It should be faster also, much faster. Because, okay, it's nearly finished at 400. And now you see there was some little grains, but now the denoising filter passed over it and like fixed any little black dots. So if you zoom in now, you shouldn't see so many black dots because it tried to fill them up. So like it's not gonna look as best as like really making a lot of sending out a lot of beams, you know, like taking a lot of samples, but it's gonna look good enough. And if you really want to make an animation in cycles to be able to have, you know, the dynamic lights that bounce off of things, like for example the red from the floor and stuff like this, well, by lowering your settings you could. It's not gonna look as sharp maybe, but it's gonna look good enough, and you're gonna have all the lighting effects. And definitely because you've got a 3060, you can do that kind of stuff, which is good, cool.
All right.
But Eevee is definitely much faster, like very much faster. Here's another thing you should know. You know how we render to an MP4?
Yeah.
Never do that. Here's why. I just did that to show you because, you know, MP4, we all know what an MP4 is. Let's say your Blender crashes while you're rendering. Bam, your whole MP4 is gone. If you're rendering in cycles, like, and it was taking a lot of time, like maybe another program like acted up and started to crash Blender or something, it's all gone. The MP4 file, since it's not finished rendering, it's unusable because like it's made in a weird way. So what you want to do actually is render different images, you know, because then if it crashes, well, the images that are already rendered, the frames that are already rendered are still there in your folder, you know. And oh well, too bad, I'll just start rendering from the next point that I haven't had. So let's say, you remember these little handles here? Let's say I render this, and like it renders bam, 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 and then it crashes here, you know? Like, oh snap, it crashed. So what I can do, okay, can you fire off another render from here to the end, you know? And then,
Okay.
oh, it crashed again, and I just fire off a render, but you know, I don't have to spend so much time because I know the rest is already rendered. Or like, let's say you rendered a movie, and then, for example, you want to change just one scene, you know? Change like the character's clothing or maybe something, because like you were like, oh, I forgot to change this to render while rendering this. Oh no, I'm gonna have to render the whole movie, you know. But you're not gonna have to do that if the rest is separate, and you can just re-render the exact scene that you want. Because like if everything is already compacted in an MP4, you can't do edits then. So what you wanna do is figure out, go into output, the output section, and then you go down. You remember where we selected FFmpeg, and usually you want to select, I guess, PNG because it's easy to use, but it takes a lot of space and it's not the most efficient really. I would suggest against it. I don't know if I should explain to you which other option to choose, because it's maybe gonna be too much information you're maybe not gonna remember. And you know what? I'm not gonna tell you. Just use PNG for now. It's gonna take a lot of time because PNG is large files. Don't really use JPEG because like the quality is not good. It's not great for like digital images. Just use PNG for now. I'll send you some links, useful links for you to check later on which type of images you should use. So yeah, try to go back to Eevee real quick and fire off a render of the animation, but with the PNG files. And then I'll show you how to assemble them into an MP4. Because obviously, yes, it's great to have the PNGs, because then if it crashes or something bad happens, you always have your files. But then you actually need people to be able to look at it. So you actually need an MP4. So I'll teach you how to assemble it.
Okay, so apologies. Did you want me to like actually do like the where he's moving his arm?
Yeah, hold on, where's Discord? Just fire off render, like, you know, control F12 to render an animation and render the animation of rendering of his arm moving. And now that it's done, you can close the window. So just make sure that you actually render it in PNG format. Go to output. And PNG, yeah, it's all good. You can go to your file explorer now and see the image thing. Here you go. Like you had 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 4, 5, up until 10. So now the question is, how do we actually assemble this? First off, what you can do is delete the MP4 because it's just in the way for now.
This one?
Yeah, just remove it. And now we've got only the PNGs, which is good. Now go into Blender. So how to assemble it? You need to go into the video sequencer tab, which you don't have, which we're gonna get into the video editing and video editing. And now we've got like something that looks like apps that you would usually use to edit videos. So what do we do from there? Click on add, as always, add. And then what you want to add is an image sequence. So like a sequence of images. You go to where you were where you did your render. So like it's the TMP folder normally for you. Go to local disk C, your C drive. Then you go to TMP. And then select all of your images. Click on 0, click on Shift, and now click on 10 while you're holding Shift. 0, hold Shift, click on 10. Click on the last file.
Yeah.
And now you click Add Image Strip. And now, oh, look at this. We got the thing. And now what you want to do is pause first off. Do you see at the top right? You've got your properties tab back, and you're into the output, which is great because that's what you want. So just go down and change the output. No, just scroll down. Now you see PNG. Now you just want to change it back to MP4. No, not there.
Yep, I meant to click that.
No, not there. The PNG button. Okay, FFmpeg. Then select encoding MP4. Yeah. And now scroll down, check that everything is good, and if it's all good, then you can fire off an animation render again. Except that this time it was much faster, because actually it wasn't rendering the actual 3D model moving, it was only rendering the PNGs that you gave them. So it doesn't have to do a lot of work. It's just, oh, okay, you want me to put them back in a file? And that's what it did. So now you can go back to your file. Your files and check, and bam, you've got your video there. But this new video that you made was made from the PNGs.
So that does, yeah, I can see that because that helps a lot with if it does crash. Yeah, that makes sense.
Exactly. So maybe I can show you some of my projects which I did open recent. So I did an animation for a dude on Fiverr, which is this little pig. So you can see my workflow here, where I have the top view with the lights, and I have this thing. See? Now another one.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, and now I go into the material preview so that you can see how it looks. And you can see it's I've got a lot of keyframes and stuff like this. I load the textures. It's a heavy file. I should probably close the Stormtrooper also. Oh no, it's already closed. Okay, let's close this one. Save. Okay, so here we got the pig. And if I go to frame 1, so usually we don't render frame 0. I mean, I don't, because I let everything at frame 0 at the default stance. You know, yeah, I let the character in T-pose so that I can like start from frame 1 having like a pose like where he's running or something, but I still have on frame 0 I still have the T-pose stored, and I can always go back and copy paste the default pose if something goes wrong, you know.
Yeah.
So if I go onto frame 1, you can see, oh, I've actually changed to what it's actually supposed to begin with. So like the normal pig. Now it bounces, it goes around, and it switches, you know, like this.
Ah.
And you can see, now you see the textures because we're in material preview. But if we go to BAM, you can see the colors. Let it load. And now you can see the colors, which are pretty cool. And yeah, you see it's reflective now. Pretty cool. And
Really cool.
what did I want to show you about this? Yes, the render. So what exactly did I want to show you with the render? Oh yeah, because it's gonna be longer, I guess, is what I wanted to show you. And yeah, for example, let's say I had I had this first part with the bright pig good, and then I was like, oh, but maybe I want to change the color of the background. Well, if I want to change the color of the background, I just have to render from this frame up to like this frame somewhere around here, and just re-render with the different background, and then I can reassemble it. I know I had something I wanted to show you maybe with this. Maybe if I go to do editing, yeah, this thing. Because if I go and fire off a render, right, where is it gonna render? I don't want to mess my things up. Click this, copy C dot slash. Hold on. MP slash test. Okay. And now if I render to MP4, which you do Control F12, and now you'll be able to see that it's fast. Even though I'm rendering at like 2000 pixels by 2000 pixels in a square, it's already a frame 2, like frame 150. You know how it's going fast?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's total
Yeah.
of 400 frames. And then it's going to be done. I'm going to be able to check the file. Go here, go back to my file explorer. Go here, paste the text. Ouch. Why can't you get there? TMP. Where's the test thing? Oh, because it's called test. Okay. Well, it's here. It's done. And it's empty. Oh, that's weird. Oh, because I deleted the file. Okay, my bad. I'm just struggling to explain stuff because I haven't. Yeah, I mean, anyways. I don't know. What else can I say? I know what I can tell you because I had the idea while looking at my other animation, which is this one. So I had this little dude in a grass field. It's pretty cool dude in a grass field. So I'm gonna find the
That was
file.
so cool.
Yeah, and yeah, I wanted to say that weirdly enough, whenever people order stuff from me on Fiverr, they usually want me to make some NFT art or something like that for some reason. I don't know. I guess it's fine. I don't mind. Let's go file, open recent image. Where is it? We're going to open. No, don't save. Commissions for Midas Touch. This one, I think. Okay. And now, if I go there, shut up, Google. What's happening? Okay, it's loading the textures. And so yeah, I did a lot of like smaller stuff. You notice text here? I was the one to add this text. Like this one was already there, and he wanted, oh, can you add some text in the back? So like I was, yeah, sure. And I tried to figure out how to do it, and I figured it out. And like you can see, it's not perfect because I'm still learning. Like you can see some weird seams over there. You can see definitely the
yeah.
edges, but it's good enough that at that distance you won't notice it. So it's fine. So definitely in 3D modeling, there are a lot of stuff that can be like rough. For example, like he gave me this model to animate, and if you look at the model, like the way he gave it to me, there are seams in here. But like at this distance, you don't see the seams. It's fine. It's
Yeah.
good enough. Like, what do you mean seams? The only seams I can see is this big gaping one in here. So yeah, definitely you see some clipping over there. You see some weird stuff like the tongue goes out from the back, cause whatever. It's not perfect, but it's fine. So here's what I did for this this little thing. How can I show you here? Particle system. Can I get a new add mesh plane? I add a new plane. I move the plane here, and I increase it in size. And now, let me go select the plane, and let me view my stuff. Okay, here I have the plane selected, and we want some grass on the plane. So what I have here, I've taken a grass model from the internet. This little dude. I see. Grass, okay. Can you, okay. This is a grass, low poly grass stuff that I took from the internet. It's just one piece of grass. So the question is, how do I put grass on this thing here? So it's very simple. You use the particle system here, and you click on plus. And now I have a new particle system, which I'm gonna call hair. And now I can do hair. Click on hair. Just, wow, we got hair now. And what we can do is actually, can I go into, I want to make it move. So maybe I'm gonna like lower the number of hairs so that it's easier on my computer. Then maybe make the hair slightly smaller. Maybe increase the hair again. Okay. And then I can hair dynamics. Okay. And now let's press play. And nothing happened. Huh, weird. Let's figure it out. Can we make the hair move? Let's make the hair move. Volume. Yes. I don't know, but I mean you can have hair basically, and you can change also how it looks. Can I change the material? Yeah, you can change the materials. Like, for example, if I have this plane, I go into the material, new one, I make it red, and the hair is red. For example, I can,
Hey.
yeah, and for example, you can add hair to your stormtrooper right now. So yeah, go ahead and do that if you want.
From particle.
Click on plus, the plus button on the side. Click on hair, and bam, you get hair now. And now just like make it smaller, like remove I mean like 4 meters. Try to none of the other one. Yeah, make it smaller. Yep, and try. I don't know how to activate the. I think it's supposed to be hair dynamics. I'm not sure. Hair dynamics at the check mark at the button. And try to press play now. Oh yeah, your hair definitely moves. But try to make the thing last for longer. The yeah. Yeah, yours definitely moves. I don't know why mine doesn't.
It just falls. It falls down. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least you see how it works. And so what I did, well, it doesn't matter that mine doesn't have like physics and stuff. What I can show you is that you can replace every single little individual hair by another object. So like what I did is I went to my particles tab, hair here. I click on advanced. I don't think you need advanced actually. But if I go to, okay, render here, you see the render under here, and you can see render as path, object, or collection. And I click on object, and now I select my object, so like object, instance object, and I want my object to be my my grass object, so I'm gonna look for grass. Or if I want to be faster, what I can do is like just like look at my grass here. See, I have my grass here. Oh, hold
Yeah.
on. And I can go back down and click on the little eyedropper icon, click on there, and like pick my grass. And now every single hair particle is gonna render as grass stuff. Now it's really small for some reason, so I'm gonna increase the size again to 1. That maybe to 4. Oh. Oh yeah, okay, I had to uncheck object scale, because if I click on object scale, it's gonna take the scale of the other grass dude. So, like, if you click these, it's gonna basically inherit the rotation and coordinates and stuff of the grass. So for example, I might want I might want the coordinates, because if I don't use the coordinates, you see how it's clipping into the ground?
Yeah.
And like, if I take the coordinates, I put the grass over there specifically high enough that it doesn't go through the ground. And now maybe the rotation, do I need it? No, it's messing things up. Scale, no. So like just the coordinates. And then look, I've got grass, and I can add more grass, and I can oops, let me put it back to 1. Okay, I can have more grass. I can have like longer grass. I can have a lot of stuff, a lot of good stuff. Whoa, it's messing up everything. It's yeah, it's definitely messy, but you can figure it out. You just have to play around with the settings, see what's messing your thing up, and yeah. Oh, well, too messy. Never mind. I'm just gonna delete the whole thing. But I had these guys over there, which I've hidden them now, but I can add them back. And okay, so here's a little trick that I did. Do you know how like, do you see how choppy it is now?
Yeah.
And that's not even cycles, that's actually Eevee, but like so many grass things. So like, you know how in games you have level of detail where like the farther you are, the less detail you have. You don't really have dynamic level detail like that in Blender. So what I had to do is like, first thing, a lot of grass, second thing, less grass, third thing, much less grass, you know? Because
Yeah.
yeah, so if I go into the camera, it looks good enough, you know. If you go there, that was my render thing. You don't see that there is no grass on the edges and stuff. It's good enough for the illusion. And you think that the grass is all full everywhere, oh, so many grass, so much grass, it's so pretty and stuff. No, it's ugly actually. It's very, when you go behind the scenes, there are a lot of like ugly little things. Same here, if you go on the dude, you can see the little seams in his clothes and stuff. It's all about it looking good enough for the final result, you know. Let me try to
Yeah.
hide all of this again. And okay, here's one thing you should know. Do you see the outliner here?
Yeah.
Let's say for example, I wanna have my dude, and I wanna hide his head. I don't like his head. But then I fire off a render. Oh fuck, what is it? What?
Hey, there's a pig. I
Why
see
do
the
you have a
correlation
pig?
here.
Where's my pig here? Wait, that doesn't make sense. We're not in the pig file. What? If I... Okay. Should work now. Come on. What is it doing? Hold on. If I go to output, because maybe it's like, because I'm doing a video. Okay, no, I don't want a video. Just do me a PNG, please. Okay. Frame 20. Wait, eh? If I go there, find my dude. 49. Where's frame 49? Oh, maybe if I do TMP here. C/TMP. Okay. Whoops. I don't know what I'm doing. I hope I didn't mess up my file. Come on. That's weird. Anyways, maybe you can see it on your own file. It's better if we try on your own file. Do you see the weapon and the stormtrooper? Let's try to
Yeah.
hide the weapon. Click on the little eye. You see the weapon? Click on the little eye. Now try to fire off a render.
No, just a normal one?
Yeah, just a normal one. Do you see the weapon is still there?
Yeah.
That is because you hit it only in the viewport, not in the render. So go back and do you see the little camera icon? And now put it back to in the viewport. Yeah, but not the camera. And try to fire off a render. And now it shows up in the render, but not in the viewport. So yeah, definitely do that whenever you need. For example, I could hide the grass in the viewport so that it doesn't affect my performance, but I could show it in the render, which is exactly what I did. Because if you check on my particle settings, the grass here is hidden in the viewport, but not in the render. Oh yeah, and by the way,
okay.
actually, here's the thing: the monitor is for hiding, actually like disabling it in the viewport. The eye is just for masking it, so it won't make your computer go faster. It's just temporarily hiding. So if you really want to make stuff faster on the viewport, you have to click on the monitor, not the eye. And by the way, if for some reason you can't find the monitor, because usually whenever you fire off a new Blender file, you only got the hiding and the render, you click on the little eyedropper filter thing here.
Yeah.
And in here you can find this one and activate it. Bam, you can see it now. The monitor, yeah.
I see.
Let me try to get my file back in order. I definitely don't want it to mess up. Where was I? John, no. Chris project. Okay, oof, I didn't save anything. Don't save. If I reload it, does it work fine? Yes, oh, thank God. Okay. I'm scared that I accidentally messed something up. I don't know why I didn't want to word correctly. It's really weird. I guess then I could point you to some, like, do you have any other things that you may want to explore?
I guess whatever you're willing. I'm just here to learn. I'm just excited
Okay.
to learn like as much as I can.
See. Let's see the stormtrooper then. Let me take the stormtrooper back. No such file in directory. Okay, let me find. Do you see, if you go into the rig, take this thing here. Let me make a new note. Scripts. I'm making a list of stuff that we could learn. Also, resources. Okay. File open. No, I didn't find it. Where is it? Too many files open. Close. Okay. Session. Open this one. Okay. So textures are all there. If do you see the little wrench icon at the top? Yeah.
This one? Yeah.
Or like, can you unzoom from the? Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you see above the stormtrooper's head normally a wrench icon?
Do I have to be in pose mode?
Hold on. Can you go into the little dancing guy in green in the properties section?
Yep.
Can you see the one on the right, the thing that is not selected yet? Click on it. Okay, that's definitely not it. I think it's because you got the
Whoa, what is
wrong.
that?
It's a lot of other stuff. Very complicated. I don't even know what it is, honestly. Okay, it's not cats. I'm trying to see. I mean, I don't think it. Oh, maybe an item. Gloss. Oh, yeah. It's arm IK. Ooh, yeah. Okay. I get what this does. So, what you have to do, I think, is because you opened the wrong Stormtrooper. Maybe. Try to close the file.
Close the.
Maybe save it first if you want to.
Oh, like close out the whole thing.
Yeah. But maybe just save the file if you want to, the animation.
Yep. And then.
Yeah, save. Cannot read. Why can you not read? Well, whatever. Just try to open. Go into your file folder and find the Stormtrooper file that you had downloaded, the V3. V3.
Okay.
No, just go into your file explorer first.
Oh, okay. So you want me? Oh, you just want me to open it from there.
Yeah, downloads, I think. And your Stormtrooper, not this one. Go back. No, go back. Go to, yeah, the one you extracted here, Stormtrooper.
This one.
What? Yeah. Okay, this is not the one you want to open. Go back to downloads. Go double click on the first one, Stormtrooper. No, the Stormtrooper blend file.
Oh.
Okay, and this should be the correct one. And now, oh, hold on. There was the allow execution script. You clicked out. You should have clicked yes.
Oh, but I can do that.
Double click and then allow execution.
There.
And okay, so the scripts, what they're doing. You see the scripting tab over there? You have like some weird like Python code, and that basically allows you to have an extra menu on the side. I don't know if you see the menus over there. Item view. Do you remember how the item menu allows you to basically like move stuff? Like it remembers where you move the stuff.
Yeah.
And you have many menus like this, and basically it allows you to have an extra menu with yeah. Basically, it allows you to have an extra menu with special functions that are specific to this rig. So, like for example, let's say I have a model which is a character that can have multiple outfits, and so to change the outfits, you could have a script that adds a menu, and in the menu you would have all of the different outfits that you would like to have. So yeah, scripts are cool. Try to find your textures again. Do you remember how to do that?
No.
Nope. Like the textures are missing, so you have to go into File.
Right. Oh yeah, hold on. Okay. I think it was external data. Find missing files.
Then just find the files, the texture folder that you had.
I figure out which one it was. Was it this one?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
No, don't click. Just select the whole folder. No, just click on Find Missing Files. And now it works. And now you have the little wrench icon. So here's the thing. If you go into pose mode and select the wrench specifically, do you see the things that appear? No, don't move the wrench. Don't move the wrench. Let's put it back. Do you see the little things that appeared on the side? The gloss value and the left arm IK and stuff? If you modify it,
yeah.
it's gonna change everything. accordingly.
Oh,
Yeah. But the cool thing about this, how to explain? It's like, for example, let's say you have a character which has some parts that should be glossy, you know? Like whenever you move this gloss value, maybe you have some parts that shouldn't move at all. Let's see here. If I do that. Yeah, okay, this model is definitely not very well made, sadly. But let's say, for example, you have a model of someone which is gonna be sweating a lot, you know? And so you wanna have a gloss that appears on the forehead and on the arms and on the torso and stuff like this. But you don't want the gloss to appear like on the eyebrows and on the hair, because that would look weird. So
yeah.
you can set up this correctly and have values in here that work with scripts and that you can activate by selecting the wrench icon or something. And often in very complex models like video game character models that you can find on the site that you saw earlier, you might find these wrenches or stuff like this, or like maybe a cog icon and a lot of values in here that you can tweak, which is very fun to play around with.
Ah,
So yeah, definitely when you see a wrench icon, that's the first thing you're gonna jump into and try to find. And yeah, and then I guess what can I say about animation? Well, one thing that you should know about animation is how the body works, because for example, you know when humans move their arm, except hold on. Oh no, okay, it's definitely not done. When humans move their arms up, their shoulders also rise up like this. So it's an interesting thing to know. Like some trick, like you're like, oh, I want to reach higher. I can't reach higher. Just move the shoulders, because they can. And same thing, if they want to reach higher and in front, you can actually you can actually move the shoulders in front, because they can also like move a bit like this. Just a tad, not too much. And especially since he's in armor, it doesn't make sense right now to see it like this, because like metal doesn't bend usually, you know, and this
yeah.
kind of material shouldn't bend that much. But if you have someone with bare arms, that kind of movement would be possible. Like, so like definitely you need to check how the body works, which parts can move in which way, and yeah, and especially because sometimes, you know, the people who are making the models aren't making them quite exactly correctly. So, for example, you move the legs. No, let's say you want to move the torso, okay? Which part of the torso do you think should rotate if you wanted to rotate the torso? Which one do you think should rotate? Is it this one? Is it maybe this one, you know? Which one is it? Well, I can't remember because I haven't animated in a while. I mean, I haven't animated any human person in a while, because I'm always animating pigs or like cubes and stuff like this, you know. But if you knew, you would know which one to do, because like not every people who make rigs locks the movement, you know. Because there are
Yeah.
some things. Well, this one is not locking anything actually. But yeah, you have to know which things you can move and which things you can't move, and in which direction each thing should move. Because people are not going to tell you. You have to figure this out on your own, so that it looks normal, you know, so that you're not moving something that doesn't actually make sense.
Yeah.
And oh yeah, remember inverse kinematics, where the feet moves on their own?
Yeah.
Do you see these little dots in front of the knees?
Yeah.
That's for doing this. Yeah, you can point the knees wherever you want. It's pretty practical. It's like you can have this thing. I can have this one over there. But like maybe it's more comfortable if he puts it like this, you know? And if he moves his feet like this, now he's doing a little dance. Maybe. I don't know. And yeah, same thing for the shoulder, for the I don't know how it's called. The elbows, yeah, it's called an elbow. And you can move them and make the pose look natural. And yeah, there are a lot of other things. You gotta get familiar with how the models are made. I don't know what these two things are. Let's check it out. Ooh, what is this? It's a sort of well, I think I know what these are. They're just like stuff that's hanging from him. Yeah, just some little things that are hanging off. What else can we play around with? I guess that's about it. I don't see any other bones except the ones that you can show for like the arms and stuff. But it's pretty much everything.
I'm just exploring here, sorry.
What do you ask?
I'm just exploring here with making his fingers and stuff. I'm trying to remember how you
Yeah,
closed his fingers.
yeah, exactly in here. No, it was there where you were.
Oh, this?
Yeah, and it's just like basically you want to rotate around the individual origins of each object. No, okay, okay. So here's how I did it. Let me show you. If I the hand here, put it down there, and let me show you. Okay, so I have the hand like this, and I want to select. Let me select just the fingers. Where's my finger? Okay, here are the fingers. So what I did, I wanted to close these 3 fingers over there. So I select the 3 fingers, and then I go on the side so that I have a nice view. And then what I do is I select individual origins and rotate it. And now they all rotate at the same time, you know, naturally.
Ah.
And now that I've did this, I can also select these fingers and do the same, but on the other direction. Bam. And now I can go back to bounding box center, and maybe I want the finger to be like more to the left. And now I can adjust this all at once. There we go. Same thing if I want to have, let's say, I don't know, I don't really have any other examples of stuff that would be so long with so many bones, but maybe if you have a character that has a tail, you know, that could
I
be useful.
definitely do. That would be very useful for that, because I definitely do.
Well, that you would do the same thing basically. You just select all of the different bones controls and click on the individual origins and move them, and they'll move naturally. You know, they'll bend, they'll curve progressively instead of like just being a straight line and moving like this. They'll bend progressively, and
All right.
then you got. I'm definitely like throwing random information at you right now. What is proportional editing? So maybe that might be interesting. Okay, if I do this thing, okay. Okay, I want to show you something else which is called proportional editing, which is pretty cool. Can you go into edit mode? Like go back from pose mode, go back into object mode, select the model, and then go to edit mode. And now, okay, can you select the? Okay, first off, go into the face selection mode. at the next to the edit mode button. And no, yeah, face. And now can you select one of the faces on his chest and go close? Okay, so if you try to move them now, if you try to move the pieces on his chest, do you see how it moves?
Yeah.
But it's kind of weird, right? What if we wanted to have like his chest go out a little bit more, you know, but not be weird like this? You know, how would we do that? So the way you do that is, do you see at the top of your screen, you have a little dot icon, weird dot with little circles around it?
Yeah.
No, not this. At the top of your screen, in the middle top.
Yeah.
Middle top. At the middle. Right here, this button. This one. Click on it. Click. Okay, and now put your cursor here. Try to move it again. Do you see how it moves kind of everything? Okay, now
Yeah,
if
it moves a lot.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Do you see that sort of circle? Try to move your scroll wheel at the same time that you're moving your model. Try to move the scroll wheel. Try to scroll it up. Up again. Try to scroll up again. Do it until it becomes normal. Now go down. Go down. Oh, hold on.
I got it. Yeah.
Maybe that. Okay, let me show you how it looks on my screen. So I've got the little circle here. Hold on, where's my circle? Okay, I've got the circle. Because sometimes it gets, you know, too big or too small and you don't see it. But basically what it does is whatever is in that area is going to move with it. So if I increase the zone of the circle, it's going to drag other thing with it. You see how it works? So like, for example, if I want to drag his chest, I'm just gonna hold on. I'm just gonna pick his chest like this and drag it up while having the circle at a normal, good enough size. And then, oh, look at this. We got a bigger chest. And looks kind of normal. No? I mean, it affected a bit of the head, but it's kind of normal. It's kind of nice.
I get you.
It's better than doing it like the normal way of having this like that. So it's also something pretty cool to remember. This button at the top, the proportional editing.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
No, this one. Yep. Stem nodes, scripts. So the scripts, the big options. I guess the resources for later. I guess that's all I really have experience with in terms of like the tabs, because I know there's composite. Oh, never mind. Compositing is very cool. I learned that recently. If you fire off a render, no camera found in scene. Oh yeah, you need to add a camera to make a render. So add a camera again. Hold on. No, we need to get out of the edit mode. Object mode, add a camera.
Oh, I went back.
Oh, ouch.
What? What? I don't know what I did. Oh, what happened here?
Oh,
You didn't do that?
oh my God. What happened?
No, I didn't, when I didn't
Yeah,
go.
your
What did I don't know when this happened.
Oh,
Your,
that's weird.
Trooper, might need some surgery.
Can
It's a
you?
dislocated joint.
Okay,
No
hold
signs.
on.
Those aren't bending the way they should.
Can you? Let me figure this out. Maybe if you. Okay, try to click on Alt G
Alt G.
while clicking on the object. Does it do anything?
No, Alt G doesn't do anything.
Can you go into pose mode maybe? Wait, hold on. Where's my pose? Try to select the rig. Select the fingers. And back to pose mode. Try to select all of the no, you see on the layers, the On the right side of your
Oh,
screen,
yeah.
you've got the layers and select them all. With Shift. Shift click on all of these. Except the last one. Just shift click again. Click on A. And click on Alt G slash, yeah, just Alt G.
Alt G.
Okay. And now Alt R. Okay, I know what happened. I know what happened. Go back from edit mode. No, I mean go back to object mode. I meant.
Oh, object. Okay.
Oh no, I know what happened even better than before. Go to edit mode. But select the rig first. No, select the model first. I mean the mesh.
Okay.
No, go to object, select the mesh, go back to edit. Object, mesh, edit. So here's what happened. You moved the mesh up, but not the object. So you see how the rig is aligned with where the mesh was before, but the actual mesh was moved up. So like it tries to drag the fingers down to where it thinks they should be. But since you moved the whole mesh up, you didn't move the object, you moved the mesh. So the mesh moved without the rig. So it's a lot of confusing parts moving together. So you have to click on A to select everything. And now just move it down a bit. Or no, okay, even better, click on Alt G.
Wait, what's it?
Did you do anything? A, then Alt G.
I didn't do anything.
Well then just try to align manually. Maybe can you see, do you see the thing on the right where you have the location data stored?
Yeah.
Can you like put everything to 0 and see what it does?
Like all this?
Yeah, these three. 0, okay. 0, and the other one to 0. Okay, that's too low. Maybe to 1 meter.
Oh wait, that one's doing goes to 0. No.
Just to put it to 1. It's definitely a bit too low still. No, not this one. You can put it back. The first two ones can be to 0. And now, okay, zoom in on the stormtrooper's feet. You can, yeah, exactly with shift. Okay, that's harder to. Okay, here's the thing. When you zoom in too much, it's hard to move. Like, do you see how now I'm zoomed in too much and I barely can move? It's very hard. So what you need to do actually is to unzoom until you can move fine, and then kind of like move to the side and move back again. It's weird. Or like what you can do. Okay, let me show you. Select an object and click on. Do you see on your numpad where you had the button 0 to focus on the camera? Well, click on the dot button right next to it, like the yeah, and it's gonna focus on where. Yeah, period. You're gonna focus on where you were selecting. So here you got you. So now normally the camera should move better, because since it's centered, it shouldn't move slow around your model. So now you can move.
Yeah.
You can zoom on the feet, and it should look fine. And what you wanna do is align yourself with the ground. Just move down with shift shift thing. But no, point the camera. Don't point the camera down. Point the camera in front. Then move it down. Yeah, but see now you just unscroll and move down. Move, yeah. And now, okay, what you want to do is try to move the model up. So press on G to move the model, And okay, now click on middle scroll wheel. Okay, and while you're holding it, the middle scroll wheel, try to drag your mouse up. Can you do that? Let me show you how it looks for me. So whenever I move at, oh, that's not what you want to do. If I take the rig, let me find the rig. Okay, if I take the rig and I move it, do you see how I move the rig?
Mm-hmm.
And if I click on middle on scroll wheel, I can select which axis I want it to move on. So like here, I'm selecting the red one. I can select the blue one or the green one, you know? And if I release, it's gonna stay on this axis. And if I click again, I can reselect and then I can release and it's gonna stay locked. So that's what you wanna do basically. It's like, okay, here's mine. It's a bit above the ground. So what I wanna do is click on G, middle scroll wheel to align it to vertical only. And then I wanna make it so that it's nearly above the ground. You know, the closest to the ground that it can be.
It's changing the size of it. What?
No, it's changing the depth, like how far it is. Oh, there you go, there you go. And now you can move it up the most line you can. Is it good?
It's a little bit too far forward.
No, here, okay, see here you did a mistake. No, because see, now you're moving it on the side also, and you messed up the zeros. Do you see how you set the X and Y to 0?
Yeah.
So like what you want to do is really each time you move it, try to click on middle scroll wheel so that it moves only vertically.
Okay, so G, click on the middle scroll wheel.
Yeah, but you gotta let it pressed. Let it pressed so that you can select. You see the line that rotates around.
Okay,
Can you see
so
the white line?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can make that work.
And then you release, and now it's locked. So I just let it pressed until you select the blue line, which you want for vertical, and then release.
Yeah, I never worked at a gas station, but I've worked on retail.
Okay, because I push G and then I push the middle scroll wheel, right?
Yeah.
So this is G.
Yeah, and then middle scroll wheel, and then it's locked to vertical, and now you can release middle scroll wheel, by the way.
Yeah. This is the one on.
And now you can just align it how you want. Wait, hold on. Did you click 2 times on middle scroll wheel?
No, if I did, it does this. This is me pushing it more than once.
Okay.
That's weird.
Yeah.
That's why I'm confused. Okay, look. So I push G and I can move it, and then this is I push middle scroll wheel, and that's what happened.
Did you press on S maybe?
No, because that's what happens when I push S.
Oh, hold on. I select everything and move it up. I don't have these issues. So look, I selected everything. I could press on G, then I can move it. Then while I'm moving it, I press on the middle scroll wheel, and now I'm making sure like the blue line is selected.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, that's it. And now you can see it only moves the Z-axis because that's what you locked it to.
Okay, there. I figured out what I was doing wrong. I am what you would call genius.
Nice. And so now you can just move it back into a place that seems normal. Oh, here's a cool thing that you might want to know. Press on the 1 button on your numpad.
1. All right.
That's much more practical, right? Again, the middle scroll wheel. Yep. It's fine on the green one. It's the green one you want. Oh, bam.
There we go.
It'll be alright. Good.
All right.
And everything should be fixed up. You should go back to object mode.
Yeah. There we go. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. You learned something. You learned to troubleshoot stuff, which is good. And okay, we got this done. What else do we got? Actually interesting. That's a good question. Good question. Change the class. We could maybe try some other models later on. We tried the middle scroll wheel. I think I had something else with the middle scroll wheel that'd be interesting. I can't remember. I'm thinking. Maybe play around with stuff in the meanwhile.
Oh, that's a lot of texture.
Yeah, it's definitely bugging out stuff. You see on my screen, if I move the rig, it's working fine. But if I move the mesh, it's distorting like crazy.
Oh,
Because it's trying to contort to the rig, you know. And it's like, oh, where am I going?
yeah. That looks like a glitch in a
Oh
video game.
yeah, the camera. Yes. Okay, so if you put the camera in the scene, as we wanted to do before the model got all corrupted, add a camera, and then put it somewhere nice. Then we're gonna play with the camera settings. So I go into the camera, move it so that it's nice and good. You can go into the camera with the 0 button.
Oh, yep. And then I can move back.
Yep, nice. And then what you can do is play around with the camera settings on the right in the properties tab, and you can change the focal length.
Yeah.
So what I would do usually is like, you see a lens unit, you change it to FOV, because we gamers think in FOV, it's much better. Yeah, change millimeters to oh no, that was the wrong button. Click on it again, the little diamond shape. Okay, no, go back.
Oh, to what?
Go on field of view.
Field of view.
No, field of view. No, you clicked on the diamond again. Unclick the diamond. Unclick the diamond. Yeah, because you know what the diamond does actually?
What?
It adds a keyframe. You remember the diamond shaped that you put?
Oh yeah, I
on
see
the
it down
frame?
here.
And so what it allows you to do is actually put a keyframe for the different values of the camera. But first off, we need to learn what the different values are. So like field of view, for example, try to go to field of view. No, go back to millimeters first and remove the keyframe there. Yeah, go to field of view. And then try to play. Okay, go into the camera with the 0 button. And then go to field of view and change it. No, play with the value. Go to field of view and then field of view 40 and try to change it. And that's what it does.
Oh, that's really contorted, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's because your model isn't in the exact right place. Sadly, what you can do if you want is to reload the whole file. So yeah, if you put the field of view to the max, you can see that it's all getting very yeah, you have to find the textures again.
Yeah, give me 1 second to do that.
Another interview. Let's go for. Yeah. Got another interview. At that Admiral gas station.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
And now
Can
we
you
need
see
it.
my high field of view?
By the way, some reason.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Oh wow.
That's what high field of view does to a man.
I say that actually
It's
I
very.
can't delete it.
Have you ever heard of the dolly zoom effect?
Not in context now.
Here's my.
So like the dolly zoom effect is basically whenever you have
I did the same thing.
a scene that, for example, you film like this, and then you see how I can move the camera like in front and in the back. And so the dolly zoom, I guess I could show you a GIF afterwards, but like you get closer and you also increase the FOV. So like as you get closer, you increase the FOV, and you get closer again and you increase the FOV again.
Yeah, that's what.
And you get oops.
So that wasn't me or my PS. That was just your
screen. No, wait. Where was I? Okay,
The sign in or get stuck. I go
get closer again, and then you increase the FOV again, and it starts getting all weird.
That's bullshit. Good thing I backed up.
Find a cool GIF of it. Dolly zoom.
Yes,
Dolly
zoom. That was you. Yay!
Just a fun fact.
I remember. It was just one.
No, I know. That's why I'm happy.
Oh, this one is famous, I think. Do we have? Okay, that's the dolly zoom. Do you see the effect? How like this thing that is in the middle stays in the middle, but everything else like changes, and that's basically like increasing the FOV gives you a nice idea. Yeah. So it's hard to explain. Basically, with okay, so if I put the FOV at 0, the FOV at 0, you can't actually put the FOV at 0. But do you and you figure out which things to say in which order. So like let's remember. You remember how you click on 1,
Later.
Yeah.
and then you can also click on 3 and on 7,
Wait, you need a.
Oh.
and then you can
I
also
didn't
click on
do-
9 to invert. It's like 3 and then 9 and 1 and 9 and 7 and 9. Like 7 and 9. Yeah, you see how it inverts? And then you have like 4, 2, 6, and 8 is to move around, kind of.
It's like arrow keys, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But especially the
Oh, right,
1,
yeah,
the
no, I'll just
7,
get a
the
text
3,
message
and also the
or,
9 to invert the 1,
my
7, and 3 is what you're interested in. And also try to click on the 5 button. Yeah, you see how it switches to orthographic view from to like perspective view. So like try to get close to his head, like very close, like this. More. Yeah, and then try to click on 5.
Sister annoys me.
Oh.
Yeah, you see, it looks kind of weird because we're not used to seeing stuff in orthographic view. But basically, if you zoom out, do you see how the squares are all aligned perfectly? Just go out, you see, so like 5 looks normal. It looks like a 3D view, and if you click on 5, it looks like a drawing that is perfectly, you know, aligned with a ruler. That sometimes you do in to make like buildings and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
that's the difference. And basically an orthographic view is a view at 0 FOV. That's what it means. Because if I go, for example, into my camera, and then I take my camera and I move it up like this, and I zoom in. Okay, hold on. Okay, if I take my camera and move it up like this,
No, I'm just saying that
and
I'm
move
okay.
it down
if you
actually.
want to join. And but the joke of being the
Oh.
third wheel for me, like I was the third wheel for you.
Oh.
Yeah, if you want to join.
Okay, can you see if I lower my FOV near like close to 0, how the
As
things start
MC
to
ever
get
said, we
all
outside.
squarey, like
Yeah.
orthographic, and if I increase it, it starts to get more and more, like whatever is
Now you
in the
should
back gets
be
more and
nervous.
more farther from
Or
what's in the
only you
front.
could do, because I did that for that controller. If you want to set up that controller where it automatically signs you in when you use that one, which is why it signed me in automatically for that one, because I programmed.
With the FOV control on the
That
side.
controller hardly ever gets
Oh,
used.
sorry, my phone unplugged. Can you
It's just
repeat that?
meant.
The FOV control on the side. If you move it, it gets from like nearly orthographic at nearly when you're near 0, it's nearly orthographic
Yeah,
to
just a little
getting
FYI.
like the distant objects get really
These
far.
smart controllers are fucking expensive.
Yeah.
And so let me show you. So you saw the dolly zoom, right?
Yeah.
Do you want us to make it in Blender?
No, sure.
Okay, let's go then. Let me put it back here. Okay. So I'm gonna go back to Eevee because that's my computer is struggling. Put the camera up, rotate it a bit like this. Okay, go put it like that. Okay, go into the camera, rotate the rotation. Rotate around the Y. No, rotation on the Y, on the X-axis maybe. Yep. Okay, and then I'm gonna go far from it, from the stormtrooper, and then I'm gonna go into the camera settings and go and reduce this, and okay, so here's what you should have. Basically, your camera should be really far from the stormtrooper in the beginning, then the field of view should be very low also. By the way, if it's hard to move the camera, just click on 5 again to put it in perspective mode. It should be easier to judge the depth of things. No, if you click on 5 again, because now it should be hard to do. Yeah, now it's easier to judge the depth because like bigger things are closer to you. You can also just click on 0 to be able to see through the camera. And now just point it up. Not with G, with R. Double click on R. Double click on R.
Oh, there. Okay.
Okay, it's kind of confusing, but you'll find it. Maybe. Oh, hold on. Stop.
Okay. There we go. Oh, it's inverse controls. So
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
okay.
Okay, now you're zoomed on your little stormtrooper. So here's what you're gonna do. Click on the record button at the bottom of your timeline. See your timeline here? Record button. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. First off, we're gonna create. Oh, hold on. Okay, switch to millimeters here. Because we can't actually. Do you see how we can't create a keyframe for field of view, but we can for millimeters? So yeah, switch to millimeters so that we have a way to create a keyframe. You can create one, yes.
Yeah.
No, create one, create. So it's yellow, okay. And now what we want to do is create also a keyframe for the position of our object. So what I usually do, you have two methods of doing this. Either you right click on the location here and you click insert keyframes. Did
I was
you
trying
see
to
what I
line it
did?
up with that.
Did you see what I did?
Yeah.
I right clicked on
Yeah.
the position, location, and insert keyframes. That works. Or what I do usually, because it's more fast, is that I click on G to move stuff, you know, but I don't actually move. So I click on G and I don't move my mouse. I stay really still, and then I click with my mouse to confirm the location, and now up created the keyframes automatically, and you can see it right there, somewhere. So you can do that G and click, or like right click and insert keyframes. So now check your keyframes. Do you have your keyframes in there?
One right here.
Give me snappy.
Okay.
Like it's
And
dead.
as you can see, everything that is yellow, you can see your location yellow, and you can see your
This is
uh
What a
other
loving,
stuff yellow.
healthy father
So what
son
you-
relationship.
What you want to do now is go forward in the timeline, somewhere, wherever, like maybe a little bit farther, like maybe 24 FPS.
Just in the rebellious.
There you go.
And now what you want to do is bring your camera forward. So like, I mean, just move your camera closer to the stormtrooper. Basically, is what you want to do.
All right.
Like no,
Then
really,
create
like,
another keyframe.
bring it in his face,
Oh,
True.
okay.
and no, maybe not that close, like a bit farther.
What a healthy
Okay.
father son.
And now
There
just
is
click
a
on
real
0 to
love
see
here.
your stormtrooper through the camera, and now adjust the focal length so that you get the whole stormtrooper inside of the view.
How do I change the focal length?
No, the focal length on the right.
Oh,
in the
over here.
properties tab. Yeah,
There we go.
exactly. Now what you can do is that you can yeah, it's hard to see because we don't actually have a background, so it makes things hard to see. But can you see how it kind of does the dolly zoom effects that we talked about? Let me add,
Yeah, with
like, I'll add a mesh plane, increase the plane's size, go back here, and as you can see, ooh, yeah, do you see the effect?
yeah.
It's pretty cool. I do like that. Yep. Let me do that in animate. Whoa. Pretty nice. So now we did a dolly zoom effect inside of Blender. Isn't that cool? And yeah, you can also animate the size. For example, I moved the size of the thing during the animation. I can also move the stormtrooper. And as you saw, okay, no, not like this, but like, yeah, do stuff like that. So, oh, it didn't record the stormtrooper, huh? Oh yeah, okay, moves. Does a lot of stuff. You can do a lot of stuff. It's all about animating the different parts at the right time and not, yeah. You get it.
Yeah.
What else is there to learn? Lights. There are different types of lights that you might be interested in trying out. So let's check.
Oh.
Let me just go back to different thing. Okay. Move. No, actually, just put it here. Okay. So let's try some lights. Let's put it to rendered mode and let's add some lights. Let's test the 3 types of lights. So you've got the point light. No, go to layout again. And click add and light.
Oh. Sun.
So, oh, if you can try a sun. So like a sun is a light that basically shines from everywhere on every object. It doesn't matter where it is. It doesn't matter where you put the sun. It just matters what orientation the sun is in.
Where's my sun?
The sun is not very bright, so you have to increase. Do you see this? Okay. Click on the sun? Do you see the sun in the outliner?
Yep, right here.
Yeah, and now you can increase the strength. Just increase it to 100 or something. Yeah, now it's better. Add a plane. So we can see some stuff. Yeah, it's maybe too bright. Maybe because I got bloom. I should remove bloom. I don't have bloom on. Yeah, bloom. Remove that bloom.
Where's
What
Bloom?
compositing? Oh, you're looking for bloom? It's in the render tab. You're in the render tab. Okay. No, it's because you're in cycles. You don't need these options like bloom and whatever because you're in cycles. And cycles is much more accurate, so it already does. But yeah, you see how there's too much bloom and it's weird and ugly. I just turned it off. And anyways, if you want actual bloom in Eevee, you should go into the compositing tab to do it another way, which I'll show you after that. I don't know if it's a good thing to do. Like maybe the format of doing a whole day is gonna get confusing. Because I don't really want you to forget the things that we did at the beginning. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, just play around more if you want, but I definitely start to understand the appeal for doing like shorter sessions of like short lessons of 1 hour and stuff with exercises and stuff. I'm not a professor.
I could practice what you've showed me so far,
Mm-hmm.
and take like a second just to practice on what I've done so far.
I definitely see the appeal of like maybe telling like a few basics, letting someone do a project, maybe telling them a prompt, like try to do a sort of dance or something, and then they come back and we can see, oh, you did this, oh, let me give you more tips, because yeah, I'll see. I'll figure this out. But thank you for letting me the opportunity of figuring this out on the fly for my first order.
No, thank you for teaching me something. I'm always willing to learn. I love learning new things. So
Learning
this
is
is something that I hope
progress.
to translate into what I would really love to do one day.
Yep, same. So yeah, the light. Let's like the sun. Let's put the sun there. Yeah.
Oh, is the shadow not going to change?
The shadow. Basically, it doesn't matter where you put the sun because the sun is so far away anyways. Like but try to rotate the thing, and you'll see the shadows move.
Oh.
Because you know the sun is everywhere. That's the point of the sun. But if you want, you can remove it and try the other light sources, because they are more interesting. I mean, the sun is pretty straightforward, you know. It's just like lights up, just seeing from everywhere. Then you get a point light, which is just like a point, which makes light. Increase the brightness.
Yep.
It's cool that you can find your way around, though. And even increase it more. Like I put it to 2,000 watts, and it's not even enough. Like 3,000 at least.
Oh. Oh yeah, I definitely see why these lights are a bit more interesting to work with.
Yeah, because you get much more interesting shadows and lighting setups. And yeah, because you know,
that's
a normal, like, whenever you're in an apartment or something, maybe the light is like what, 30 watts?
His shadow's freaking out.
Yeah, I think, yeah, when you're in an apartment or something, the lights maybe 30. I don't know if that's the brightness. I don't know which. Maybe that's another thing you could search. Actually, remember how we searched for the IOR values of objects? What you can do is search for the watt values of different types of lights. Like, what would an LED light be in Blender? Like, how many watts do I need to set in Blender to do a LED light, or like an incandescent light, or maybe a something else, you know? Like, you can figure out, you have different resources for this if you don't know the values.
Why is shadow freaking out here?
It's because you see how it's a point light? The light comes from a single point. So how to explain? Have you never seen a shadow in real life? How, like, the shadow gets blurrier the farther you are from the shadow?
Yeah.
Like basically it's what it's trying to do. Like, you see the hands, they're small and they're far away from the ground. So like what happens is it's blurrier. And obviously, yes, it's also like very pixelated and stuff, because like it's Eevee and it's trying its best to be fast. So it's doing like only a few passes. But it's basically the effect it's trying to do, like blurrier shadows from a distance.
Oh yeah, like right here. It tries to get blurrier and messier
Exactly.
the further it goes and become more defined the closer you get.
hmm
Yeah.
But Cycles obviously does it much better.
Yeah.
Because
Cycles
like
does
if you
some
see on my screen, it's pixelated like crazy. Yeah, Cycles is top tier, golden. And also you can see, normally in Cycles, you can see the ground. Like, can you see my ground, how it's weirdly lit? You don't have really shadows around here. And if I put it in Cycles, bam, it's weird though.
Oh, right here, I love it on his shoe. That's gorgeous.
Yes.
Oh, that's even like very mathematically that's even correct actually. I don't know where that would be. That's a gorgeous shadow. Damn.
Have you ever seen the video game renders, like the 3D tech preview render?
Oh yeah, the one that
Especially
blew me away
Minecraft, like
was
Minecraft ray tracing.
oh yes, I know. Did you see the video where they first showed like Unreal Engine 5 and they were showing what they can render in that?
Yeah. Like this thing with the lights, but especially 3D rendering test scene. Okay, the one with the balls. Okay, do you know this image?
Yes.
This is the image, the one and only one that you know when you do 3D rendering. So like, yeah, you can see it's to test different things. 'Cause like, it's a very simple scene, but depending on the render engine, different features you enabled, you're gonna have like, you know, the bounce light, the reflections, the stuff like that. It's very interesting. Yeah, but this also, mirrors, stuff, a lot of stuff. It's very cool. The wire. Oh, that is cool. That's something you can do with the light bouncing, going around. You've got the mirror. Lots of stuff to play with. And you can combine that. You see the cycles, shadows. You mix that with making the object transparent, and you can do some pretty cool stuff.
That's really cool.
Okay, and then you got other types of lights. Obviously, the two other ones are the spotlight, which, like, I mean, a spotlight is pretty straightforward. Up spotlight, it's like brighter. It's like a spotlight basically. Lights a very specific area and nothing more. And if you rotate it, for example, it gets more like less defined at the edges, you know, whereas it's very defined at the beginning. So like a spotlight basically. Very cool.
Yeah.
And then you get the area light, which is like, you know, the when you have professional studio lights, they usually have like some big umbrellas, like white umbrellas.
Yeah.
And they fire the light at the umbrella, and then the umbrella disperses the light onto the thing you're supposed to photograph. It looks much better like this. So that's basically what it does. You can increase the area of the virtual umbrella, and maybe make it a rectangle or a disc. And there you got yourself a cool area light. Like it makes lights more diffuse, you know. If you want less, like you see how the shadows are more, they're less defined. Even up close, they're less defined because actually, you can't have shadows there because the light is coming from all of the sides. So like it's eliminating even where the shadows would be. You know, it's going around the model since the light kind of goes around the model since it's so large.
Makes sense.
Okay. Well, I think we should cut it off there. But definitely come back to me if you have more questions later, and I can always give you tips, but like I don't want to overload your brain. It's not a good idea. Like you need to like keep what you have in mind and put it to practice and get a strong base of the basics. And then we can move on to other stuff like add-ons and should definitely like make a very set order of stuff to teach because like add-ons are very cool also. Maybe
No, I agree.
yeah, and definitely check the site where you got the models to see if you got anything else that you would like to play around with. And what I'm gonna do right now is also give you links to channels that may be interesting to learn.
I do think there is like I remember last time
Yeah, a lot of people point to the donut tutorial, which is I never watched it. I don't think I watched it, but I have two other channels which I think could be really cool. So there is this one for very much later in your video creation journey. I mean video creation 3D animation creation journey. It's okay. So Rails guys, the cool thing with him is his videos are only like 30 seconds long, maybe like 1 minute, 3 minutes, and he's like, oh, you have this problem, here's how to fix it, bam, you fix it, done, and end of the video. So that's good whenever you know exactly what you need. You search, maybe you see if he has anything about this. It's great also if you try to learn stuff about 3D modeling specifically. He doesn't talk really about animation, mainly 3D modeling that relates to making models that can be animated, so like for video games and stuff, because he makes video games. It's very fast the way he explains. It's very to the point. So if you want to learn, I think it's a good channel. You just need to follow. But I think you understand your way around Blender good enough that you won't get lost. And then you
Yeah.
got I don't remember. I'll need to find my video history. Some oh fuck. Huh? Okay, here we go. Nope, that's not the right channel.
Hello and welcome to part 4.
If I let me find the playlist.
Hello, welcome to.
Okay, here we go. So I've got a playlist for you, which is by a dude that I don't really know, but he made this cool playlist with basically a tutorial on how to use Blender. I've only gotten up to the 6th video, but the 8th video, and honestly I think if you want to start with 3D modeling, you should check this out because it's a great way to get introduced to 3D modeling. Just you remember how I told you about subdivisions and stuff like this?
Yeah.
Well, he goes into this in depth because he actually has a background of making sci-fi shapes and stuff, like, you know, for weapons and for like doors and walls. So he has a lot of this mindset of starting with the basic shape, creating subdivisions, and adding the detail, you know, like bumps and stuff. So yeah. And then I guess I could link you to the donut tutorial, which you're gonna tell me if it's good or not because I haven't watched it. Donut Blender.
Oh yeah, it's the beginning tutorial. I think it's for 2.8.
Yeah, I mean Blender is the same across all versions. The basics. You don't have much changes except that it's faster, better, and the menus have changed a bit of color. And then maybe you can tell me that he explained everything much easier and that I messed up. And maybe I should take notes actually from I should take notes from tutorial if I really want to do this seriously. Anyways.
I mean, I definitely walked away with knowing a hell of a lot more than when I first came. So, which isn't that like the goal, to learn something
Yeah,
that you haven't
it
before?
is. But you
When you're
know, it's
starting
like
from
there's an art to teaching. It's like, yeah, any information you can throw at people is gonna be something they're gonna learn, and it's always good. The more information you can throw, the better. But there's like that meta stuff in the pacing. It's the little details that make the stuff way more easier to approach by many people.
yeah, it's like learning a little more logistic about it and what helps people learn better, I guess. Yeah, makes
You know,
sense.
for example, you can make a video that's more like a podcast and like just talk about topics and stuff, or you could have like a point where you say something really impactful and you're like, okay, but I want people to have a second to understand, oh, he said this, oh, that's interesting. So like you just silence a bit of music in the end and then black screen, and that gives people time to, you know, in the order in which you make stuff, those little details. Anyways, yeah. But definitely, if you have any questions, if you want to show me what you made, definitely come and show me. I try to organize communities on Discord with artists and stuff because I think it's cool to talk with people and share passions and hobbies. So maybe I have some communities which you would be interested in joining at some point. So definitely we can stay in contact.
The first thing I ever made was I made it for my sister, and it was I guess I don't know if it's considered like stop motion, but it's basically just very old school animation, just a picture that slightly moves. Like you redraw the whole thing, but you draw one difference, and it eventually creates like the illusion of movement. And I think like it was like a 3.5 minute thing, and it took me like 800 photos of different drawings to complete it.
Okay.
That's like the first thing I did that a while ago, but that was the first thing I did, and it was it took a while. I think it took quite a few weeks actually, just drawing, because you have to draw the same photo, but you draw it with the character's hand slightly in a different position, and then you play it back, and it looks like he's waving his hand.
As kids, we have so much more like patience to do long stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's basically the basics of what animation is, just a bunch of pictures being played back.
Mhm.
And it's really janky, but I was really proud of it because it was like the first thing I ever did in the same like world of animation in any
Yeah.
sense. So it was like first thing I did. It is up on YouTube actually.
Yeah. And well, definitely send me a link if you want. And
Yeah, I could do that. It is
Yeah.
really janky.
that's
It's really
fine.
janky, but I was proud of it.
Having experience in other fields like this, like even 2D animation can help with 3D animation if you have the basics of movement and fluid animation. Can help across all skills.
Alright.
Like I actually learned a lot about productivity and self-improvement while playing like Smash and shooter games, because can improve your skills, which relates to how you improve your skills in real life also, and it's cool. And what kind of what's the project that you wanted to do exactly?
Oh, like the story I was telling you about.
Uh-huh.
It's I call it like it's this whole story that I spent a very long time making. Like I built a whole world, a universe, rules, laws, culture, languages, species, like you name it, biology, anatomy. I spent so much time on this, and I guess I was looking for a medium to actually portray it through.
Mhm.
Whether it be, I started with like writing and stuff, but I've always loved like animation. I've loved like VFX. I like spend my time watching YouTubers of who do like animation stuff, and it's like I would love to actually be able to animate this world that I've made.
Mhm.
But so I guess I just need a place to start. Oh, this is I linked in Discord. It's a video I made, like 2 minutes and 40 seconds, I think. But it took a lot of drawing.
Oh, here's your drawing.
Yeah, I drew all this. Each frame, and there's like 800 different photos. I have it all still on my computer. I saved it up, each photo. It's
Yeah,
2 minutes and
it's
16 seconds.
Definitely seems like a lot of work.
Yeah.
By the way, which drawing program do you use?
I use Autodesk Sketchbook. I don't know if you can see it. If I'm still sharing my
Yeah.
screen.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, I also do this. Oh, damn! This is the last thing I was drawing.
I would suggest you try out Krita, because it's open source and it's cool. Do you know about the whole open source and free and open source software thing, whatever?
Not particularly.
It's like you got companies which make paid software, like Adobe, which make like Photoshop and whatever, and it costs a lot and stuff. And then you got software which is like Blender, which is like it's free, it's available online, it's open source, like anyone can look at the code and like make their own version of Blender if they want, like their own sub version. And anyone, like literally anyone, even if I wanted, I can go on the website where Blender is and add my code and add something to the Blender app. And then if it's accepted, it's going to be in the next Blender version. So like
Oh,
it's like the new versions come fast because there are a lot of people working on it, and it's free, and it's great, and it's cool. So Krita is free and open source like this, and that's very swag. And it's made for digital, like it's made for traditional art, like not, which I guess is what you're doing, like you're doing like painting basically. You're not doing like motion graphics. And it's all, you can also do animation. I think it's not ready yet. Like it's not the most polished animation workflow, but I don't think you can do animation in here, right?
yeah.
Well, in Krita you could, and it's pretty cool. So maybe you should check it out if you want to do, because it would definitely help also to be able to do animation in 2D, you know, because animation in 3D is good and all, but maybe if you can do some little sketches, maybe like you can do a concept of someone moving in 2D and then try to recreate that in Blender, you know, because Blender is more complicated. So you do a simple stick figure version in 2D to then have a reference to do in Blender.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
So it's called Krita. It's very Krita, and their mascot is, let me show you. Here's their mascot. It's very cool. It's got a little squirrel. It's very cool. I mean, like, this is what you see when you boot up the app. You had multiple ones for each update, and it's very cute, and I like it. So bonus points, even more reasons for you to install Krita.
What else?
Okay, I guess I can
Krita.
close this and also this. Yep.
I'm spelling that wrong. How do you spell Krita?
Yeah, Krita.
Do you think I could hear it?
Wow.
You said Kerda?
Krita. Krita. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Can I show you some of my stuff?
Do you think of the face of the mountains?
You know better than I.
Thanks.
Watch us. Careless utilities.
Oh, Google Drive, my Drive, projects, on.
There's a black rain. What do we do now?
Oh, okay. Here we go. I had this file in Krita, which I made, which is very a drawing that I made, which you can actually only make in Krita because it has a lot of tools which you don't have in other apps. Even in Photoshop, actually, you don't have this. So let me show you. And actually, at one point, I still am, but I was like trying to find a way to make like better lighting in Krita. And so I was like looking, oh, what can I do? What features can I use? And I studied how light works in real life and tried to remake in Krita. And what I accidentally did is just make the workflow that Blender has with its whole lighting setup, but in Krita. And the thing it lags like heck, because Krita is not Blender and it's not made to do like 3D workflow stuff. So I've got a few hundred layers, even more, I think. As you can see here on the side, can you see?
Yeah.
So a lot of
Oh.
layers, like you see the bounce-like layers, you see the shapes, the colors, the masks. And so let me just activate the things here, just so that you can see the effect that I have. So can I activate this one rather? Okay, so can you see here the Gardevoir? And
Yeah.
and let me show you, I can reduce the brightness and increase it. But look at what happens whenever I increase it. Wait, hold on. Am I? No, because I'm in linear. Hold on. Let me put it to sRGB again.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Okay. So you see how it is now. Okay. What filmic? No, I want it to be in standard. Can I be in standard, please? Then can that be in linear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Do you see when I increase it? Do you see what happens now?
Think.
Whoa.
Do you see the bloom?
Yeah.
And it happens automatically. Like the bloom here, it disappears now. It's like it's interesting what I managed to do. And you can also like put it in purple. I did this one, which is in purple, and you can see now she's in the dark or something. There's a purple light, and now she's like, oh, a very bright purple light. But do you see how now the purple light, it's actually white because it's so bright, and the only part that is purple is the sides, like how actual light works, you know? Like you still know it's a purple light, but it's a very bright purple light.
Yeah, it's like the kind of the rule that kind of follows when they like make lightsabers. How the middle is like
Yeah,
bright,
exactly.
just white, but it's only the edge light that's actually the color of the saber.
And see how like here you got a very clean purple, but here since it's on green, it's not as clean as the other ones. It's pretty cool. So yeah, and it took me a few hundred layers. and basically what I'm doing is the exact same thing as in Blender. You see these layers which I'm doing the actual bloom on. These layers are basically static, so I have to edit the other ones. And then when I'm done with editing, I have to render 2 layers, apply an effect for the bloom on the second one. And basically, if you think about it, what I just did is do a render, like as if I clicked F12 on Blender. Which is, yeah, and there you can see the bloom layer. Which is very interesting to see like this.
He knows how to
Have the
translate,
normal
but he does better.
What?
Son can translate stuff, but he can. He taught him how to translate. Just calls that. I can't tell if you're saying it seriously.
Like that background. That background's cool. What is-
And so the drawing that I see on your background, is that the part of your world?
Oh yeah, I drew this, but somebody drew it a little bit better, who was a little bit more talented than me. And yeah, these are characters from my world.
That is very cool and interesting.
Oh, you need to do a better job
Yeah.
of knowing it.
I've built actually I have a these are all things for the story.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have a whole this document here. That's all about different places, information that's because I can't remember everything.
Wow. I'm trying to do the same for my ideas, but the thing is I don't have, like, I have so many ideas that come at once and not enough will to put them into a well formatted document, because okay, I'm gonna put them, but then I'm gonna have other ideas, and how do I put these new ideas into the document? So I just end up like filling up my notes app. I have like a few thousand or so notes just for my ideas. It's so confusing.
Oh, same on my phone. Because I on my phone, whenever I get just an idea that rushes me, I put it down on my phone instantly so that it kind of sticks.
Yeah.
And so my notepad on my phone is just a jumbled mess of like random phrases and words, because the problem is I've had to create thousands of different languages, and I've had to give them rules and structures and
but
culture and history.
by the way, because you talk about language, and I see so many people for some reason that are into like conlanging, which I wasn't really, but now I've become interested in it. And so I have a server where we create a conlang for the Splatoon game from Nintendo. Maybe you're interested.
I actually have my Splatoon amiibo right here next to me.
Okay, well, if you want, I can send you the link and you can have fun. We're trying to make the Inkling language before Splatoon 3 releases, but nobody's working on it, and I'm the only one like, hey, people, can you please work on it? Because it would be cool, except I can't do it myself because I don't know how to do conlanging. And they're working on the Octarian language because they're more high for this for some reason, but yeah.
I mean, I've had to. If you see this word that I'm going to highlight right here, this is the name of an element. It's very specific language.
Yeah.
It's a very unpopular language for many reasons because of how it's spoken, or rather, should I say how it's translated? Because the problem with languages is that they don't particularly translate very cleanly into other languages because languages are basically created by the limitations that the species has to communicate with each other, and not every species has vocal cords to communicate with. So it gets very complicated very quickly.
Yeah.
I put a lot of time into this. It's like it's very in depth, very in depth.
I didn't put as much like time into. I guess like my whole thing is more so like I have like some robot characters and stuff, so I would like try to figure out their composition of the different tech that would be believable to be in there and not too far-fetched, sort of a mix between sci-fi and science fiction. No, wait. No. Sci-fi fantasy.
I feel that because with the damage shots here, this species, this little clip,
Yeah.
I have studied so much biology just from other animals, everything from insects to like tardigrade to humans, and I've built an entire biology for them that I haven't really wrote down yet, but I have a whole biology of how their body works, everything down to like, because I've learned that in like humans, because you asked me how much I know about like anatomy, like I've learned a lot about how like the skeletal structure works, how it works versus like when we take impact. Like I've learned that bones are very great at compression, but they really suck at rotation, which is why a lot of times they can snap very easily. I've learned that like how the rib cage works and how the specific part on your back that's more susceptible to doing damage because your rib cage isn't attached to it and it isn't attached to your hip. So it's like most of the injuries to the spinal cord is in this like particular area of the back. I've learned so much just for this species alone, and this is only one of many. Like I've learned about closed circulatory systems, open circulatory systems, the difference between veins and arteries, how one's under high compression and how it can clamp down to help versus veins that will just keep bleeding because they're valve controlled. So much, man. Like I've learned exactly how muscles work with tendons and how they attach to bones properly. And honestly, the last step is just animating it like this. That's why I'm finally to this step where I gotta write it, put it down in some medium, and I've always wanted to animate.
That's cool.
But I've been through so much already, just learning about like exoskeletons versus if you have an exoskeleton versus what's the other one? Why can't I think of it? An endoskeleton? Is it endoskeleton? No, it's what bugs have. Why am I? Yeah, I said that right then. Yeah, exoskeleton. Which is these bugs don't have bones; they just have like a hard layer on the outside of them, which basically acts as that. A lot. Biology, I got super in depth with to see how animals work. And I've also learned that humans standing on two legs the way that we do is actually the worst possible way. There's a reason why no other animal on this planet walks the way we do. It's not a very effective way.
I've heard the contrary though. Like it allows you to be stable and to.
I mean, it does, but the problem is more about like lasting. We have a lot of back problems notoriously because our spine just does not really like to be compressed like that, and it's just more like there's a reason why animals can take a lot more hits or fall from high heights and have better outcomes than what humans do because humans are just we are built pretty good for like a normal life, but anything like that would put strain or stress on our body is very dangerous for us because we don't have enough to bounce back from it because of the way we walk and like how we're structured to stand straight up, which is it's just not a very effective way in like in the terms of like if we were surviving in a jungle or something, because you fell from a tree, you could break a lot of things versus like a cat who can fall like 17 times its height and be just fine.
But then it's also about like balancing the other advantages of being like this, because yeah, sure, it's not practical in terms of resistance, but you're not gonna fall as much because you've got like you've got more ways of climbing and balancing yourself because you have a complex body and you can
Oh, yep.
chase
And it
stuff.
comes very natural on how your body is actually very very well at stabling itself, and people don't really realize it. But if you like watching a baby walk and you learn how they quickly learn how to balance themselves, and how it's actually pretty amazing. Because I've actually I took even more in depth. I've actually learned how walking actually particularly works, and it's basically you're just falling forward and catching yourself on your foot before you go too far, and it's just that constant motion, and then it's your core muscles and your upper body like literally forcing and stabling itself so it doesn't fall too far much forward.
Yeah. It's like whenever you stand in this position and like you let your arm be like kind of loose, it's not actually loose. You always have like muscles contracting because you have one muscle that's pulling and one that's pulling the other side. And if one's not pulling, the other is. So like, yeah, you're always contracted somewhere. Your body is always
Yeah.
active and doing something.
Yep. And
And you
all
have,
this just for this one species, just
yeah.
because I wanted to learn for that one. Because, yeah. So when it comes to
I
the
think you moved
animating
the
thing,
text in a weird position.
yeah, I moved this. There we go.
And you moved the DE lower.
Oh,
Like you had moved it lower, so you have a DE sitting somewhere else on the page.
oh, oh! I see what I did. Oh,
No, just remove the DE. Just yeah.
yeah. Just there we go.
But you have the across. Yeah.
Oh boy, did I? Oh, I think I cut it.
No, you moved it out to another place. That's what you did.
Oh,
Then you had a dot and I return to line.
yeah. Okay. I'll fix that later. I'll go back and fix that.
You
Anyway.
should just do it now because otherwise you're probably gonna forget or something. It's fine.
Jeez. Yeah. Oh, right, because that was like that. All right, I see that.
Yeah. When you select and you drag something, it moves it.
There we go. That was not supposed to be there. Okay. Okay. And then. Okay, there we go. That's pretty good. Yeah, I accidentally just moved that down, which is unfortunate. Anyways. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I want to animate. Just a lot. And I obviously understood that animation is very complicated, but I'm you know I love learning, so that helps a lot.
Learning is a skill that can be improved, and it's the best
Indeed.
skill, I think. Can show you my characters, I guess.
Well,
In Discord.
well, you saw it earlier, but this was my first because I told you I started writing, and then I went to like drawing, just trying different mediums. And no problem. Okay, this was the rough trip. Like this is what I started out as. But that picture you just saw eventually turned into page one. There's page one. There we go. To this.
Mhm.
I drew this. This was another form of medium I tried to present it in. This took me. I'm not the best drawer though, so this took me a lot longer than it probably should have.
Yeah, it's about technique. It depends on which technique you want to use, and
Well,
it comes
it
over
took me
time.
so. It took me a while because mostly because of this. It's his eye because it turns out trying to mix colors together without just it making it look like a jumbled mess, but actually kind of have like pattern to it is very difficult if you've never done it before.
Mhm. Well,
Because if you like look at its eye, it's not just like colors.
yeah.
It's like they have a bit of a pattern somewhat to them.
The thing is, whenever you see like actual good artists do it, you see them just doing one line, and you're like, how does it look so good? Because they
Right?
actually
Yes.
they know what they want since the start, you know, so they don't have to figure it out, and they they know the limitations, like they know it's not gonna be the most realistic thing, but if they do the line, people are gonna say, "Oh, you did the line. That probably means this. It looks very good." And they're like, "Yeah, I just did the line because it was the fastest way to do it." As long as it looks good enough for people,
Yeah.
you don't have to make it like look exactly how you think it's gonna be in your head.
That's a fair point. Yeah, man. I would love to, and I would love to eventually be able to turn like this into something, you know. Page. What was it? Oh yeah. I think this one took me longer because I had that same problem with the color, like mashing the colors. I made it more yellow. I had to make it more orange. The closer it was to the sun, and as it got further away from the sun, I wanted to make it darker.
That's probably something you can do very easily with filters in Krita. Because
See, yeah,
that,
that would
that's
be actually really good because that's what took me the longest was doing that.
yeah, that's the thing with because Autodesk Sketchbooks is more something that's
Oh,
catering towards
Samus.
people. Yeah, I got a lot of wallpapers scrolling with a lot of different. I have two monitors, so it switches only once every 2 times. That's from Half-Life.
Half-Life, yes. Let's go.
I got all the Poggers games, the based games. That's also Half-Life. The Black Mesa remaster from the
Yeah.
fans. This is from Mirror's Edge. Samus again. Cool.
Did you draw any? Did you draw these
No,
or any of these?
absolutely not.
Okay.
I
I
don't.
just wanted like because I mean I'm not, I feel that because like I know as proud as I am of this photo right here, I know like there's like obviously like I originally my screen here I drew this originally, but like he made this he made it much better.
Uh-huh.
So there's people artists can get like it. I don't know. I'm amazed by what they can do, man.
Mhm. Do you know Blinks?
I know what.
Do you know Blinks? This little dude here.
No, what's he from?
He's from a dead Xbox franchise. It was like the mascot that's gonna kill Mario and Sonic, and now he's dead. He's dead because of Halo.
Because of Halo.
Yeah, but yeah, because Autodesk is more so catering towards people who are into traditional painting, you know, on a canvas. And you have, for example, if you wanted to do, you know, you would do like Bob Ross, where you start with the background with the sky, and you do a gradient with a big pencil or something, and then you do the mountains and stuff. It's more so catering towards that kind of art style. But yeah, definitely Krita has effects and layers and complex blending modes, and that's what you
Can't you
want.
do? Can't you do 2D modeling in Blender? I thought you could.
You can do 2D stuff. I know you can with the grease pencil or something. But I've
Oh.
never tried it, so I really don't know anything about it. But I know you can like draw a 2D line and actually have the line go a bit forward and backwards, you know, and have like yeah. But how do you do it? I don't know, and you probably won't find it there. Like, it's probably some very specific stuff. It's probably right there that you would work with it, but you have to find something somewhere, like something called grease pencil. And it's gonna take too much time to try and figure out. And it's definitely not a good drawing platform, if you see what I mean. Like Blender
Yeah, no, I got that.
it's like the lines would be more simple. You don't have like the complex.
2D animation right here.
Yeah,
What is
we'll
this
try
stuff?
it, but I don't know if you would have the
Oh, what?
complex.
Oh, that's weird. 2D full canvas. Oh,
See, because you still got your cube. Like it's probably
yeah.
you probably have to set up things. Like probably look at some tutorials.
Ooh, I see. VFX composite. Oh,
I
that's
mean,
if you
you
wanted
got you
to,
got
yeah.
most of these tabs at the top anyways. Already, like compositing was already there.
Oh, right. You have to scroll through it. Oh, I can see why. Yeah. Oh, interesting.
I've got
Well, I have a lot of new tabs that I saved. I saved bronze. I saved that one and that about the metallic, the different levels. Um, the IOR list for different things like water and ice and all that. Titanium 2.160. Vodka. It's actually pretty similar to water.
yeah. Well, everything that's kind of similar to water would be the same. About the same.
Well, sorry if I did make things a little difficult.
It's part of the learning process. It's fine. I know. I can't find my characters. Maybe. Where's Duo? Oh, at the beginning. Yeah, over there. It's I made the Duo apple, the one on my profile picture on many sites.
oh, did you draw that?
Yeah,
Hey,
very cool. I got trying to find some safe for work stuff to show. Oh, I did this duck and duo dog. I had to study dog anatomy for a few seconds.
yeah.
And it was for a contest with a friend, and then they voted for the other friend, which made a very terrible drawing, and I was sad because I had to look at the dog, and she just copied the render from Smash and made it worse, and I was sad because mine had so much effort put into it. It's a very bad drawing I did at some point. I tried some shading, was the first time. Still pretty good, I think.
Yeah, that's something that I have. I've been dipping my toes into is proper shading.
Oh, I made a whole document back in the day for a concept of blinks in Super Smash Brothers, and I made some cool drawings of the different attacks he could have, which is pretty cool. I made this King DDD.
See, that's a really good drawing.
Yeah, I set it as a server profile picture for the server where my friends are, because we used to play Smash, and I have this one friend who always picks King DDD, and he has only made it for, like, he picked it because, I don't know, for whatever reason, and he didn't really play Smash, he didn't know Smash, so he was like, oh, I'm gonna pick the fat penguin, and he played the fat penguin, and now he's bought a Switch, Smash, and he still makes the fat penguin, and that's cool.
I mean, Hididi is really annoying though. So that's
There's
not a
this
bad
one
pick.
from Animal Crossing.
Ooh.
And by the way, these ones up until now, I did them on my phone because I bought a phone that was powerful enough to draw, and I have this little stylus, and I used to draw on my phone. So yeah, but now I draw on PC, and the only drawing I finished on PC are like 3 or 4, including finished that I did on PC. I only did like 3 or 4, including the Gardevoir one, which I've been sitting on for like a few years, literally. Because I'm like, oh, I should make this document explaining my like very complicated shading technique and stuff, but I haven't made it. I made this portrait for a friend.
Oh, that one's really good.
Oh, I made this cool t-shirt like vest thing. Hold on. Can I have the pictures of it here? Yeah. I have this thing I did for a project. Like they were like, okay, assignment, you need to make a cool t-shirt stuff. So like we had like 2 weeks to do it, something like this. I spent like 3 months on it, and I didn't do any of the other activities the rest of the year. And then I quit the school
No.
because I mean it was a special school, like not in the traditional system, anyways. But yeah, it was kind of weird. Like, hey, oh Chris, why are you still working on your thing? You should be doing the other exercises. No, I'm gonna finish my thing. Leave me alone.
Oh, I guess it turned out, man.
Yeah. And finally, I guess the last interesting one is this one, which it actually got featured into a video game. Because it was for a fan art contest of a character in a video game. And I didn't even get to make the shading. I only made like the basic what's it called? The ambient occlusion, which is another concept from Blender. But like it was like I hit the deadline like at 1 minute close. I had to finish everything really fast. But yeah, kind of looks interesting. Anyways, enough of me.
I would love to be able to draw like that. I mean, I know it's just something that takes practice, so you got to just keep doing over and over.
Having fun, and you know, half of the time
So-
I just do like little sketches like this, like little concepts. Really
Sure.
nothing.
Good luck. Oh, sorry, what?
Yeah, half of the time I just do like little concepts like this, like really just sketches. It's not like every single one of the drawings I start, and I don't start drawings that often. So like whatever I showed you was a compilation of whatever I did during 3 years. So you're good. You're good.
Dang.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. I haven't had. What is my earliest photo this year? Because I haven't had this PC for very long. I've had it for like a year now. I want to say, not even.
By the way, if you do anything with Blender and stuff, keep in mind like to back up your files on Google Drive or on separate drives. You know, keep your files, because if anything happens to your PC, you don't want stuff to be gone.
Oh yeah, that's a
Happened
fair
to me
point.
too many times.
Oh,
Like-
that would suck.
Yeah, I have so many devices that failed on me because of the battery dying or something.
Oh, I think this was one of my first drawings on this. This was like my first drawing ever on this computer.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, this was like one of my first. As you can see. But I do. I'm always about like improvement. I like to just as long as I can improve, and like from that to this one being my latest.
But wait, don't you use separate layers too? Like for example, the fire.
Oh yeah, but these are like the final products. Like I put the layers together when it's
Oh.
over.
Wait, hold on. But do you still have
like,
the file with all the layers?
Not for this one, no, because this
Wow.
was I didn't really think to do that as when I first got it.
Yeah, you
But,
really should always keep the files with all the layers.
Like this one, I did I think I had a few different layers. I had a different layer for the fire right here because that fire was to do, and then I had a totally different file for the coloring, minus the eyes, and then I had a whole separate layer for just the eyes, like every eye that you see in the photo is is sort of on a separate layer.
I have a pretty rigid system for organizing my files. As you could have seen probably whenever I was looking for my commission files, it was like S, Chris, projects, commissions, Fiverr, and then you got the thing, and then you get the renders.
Oh boy, that's That's a bit.
Yeah, and then you got organized by date, and yeah, and I have some.
Yeah. I have not organized my thing. Right now, my files, if you see here, is everything just in order. All of these though is for that 2-minute clip I showed you. All these, just going through.
Yeah.
All these, yeah. As you see, I labeled them 1 through like 40, 1 through 60. This one took 60, 70, yeah, 78 photos just to do this one little section, which I think is like 20 seconds. Yeah.
Let's send
I don't know.
you.
It's a passion project for me. I really want to bring this world to life somehow, and I've always wanted to edit like animation. It's just like it's always blowing me away. Ever since I watched 2009 Avatar, James Cameron's Avatar, and I saw like a whole nother world, and I've always wanted to do that one day.
And it looks interesting. So and since I have like animation skills also of my own, we can definitely like, if you want, we can collaborate. If we get to a point where we can do that.
That would be awesome. I just gotta build. I gotta learn. Gotta build myself up.
Yeah, and I
And it
gotta
starts
build
with
my
this
world
cube.
better also.
You have to what?
I gotta build my world better, like kind of like take notes on you, because it's all notes, jumbled notes for now.
Oh, you mean like organize it into like a
Yeah.
cohesive thing, like this?
Make the
Yeah.
timeline, because it's confusing. I'm trying to do like some very weird stuff where you it's like it's tied in with the real world, and I'm gonna have like, for example, a Twitter account, but it's in the lore that there is a Twitter account, and like there's stuff that happens in the past and in the future, and yeah.
No, I get that because this story, this place, Earth exists, and they don't call it Earth. It has a different name. I mean, because they're not from Earth. Uh, but it doesn't take place mostly. But when I actually bring in like Earth, because one of the main characters is a human, uh, it becomes a bit complicated because I have to. I learned a lot about how in space things doesn't work very pretty when you go onto different planets, and how time works and how light works, and it gets very complicated very quickly.
I
And I'm-
love the time stuff also. Like trying to figure out, like, one of my main characters can control light and bend stuff with reality and whatever.
Oh yeah, because the human I was talking about, he's a wizard John. He's a wizard encased by his name, and he I had to think about a lot of logistics about what he can do and how his magic particularly works, because I've learned that the problem with magic in any story is that while magic, the whole rule that it can basically do anything, the problem with that is that if you don't have a cohesive boundary foundation or rules for people to kind of like perfect example, Harry Potter is a very well established, you know what the characters can do,
Yeah.
you know what the limitations are. But if you look at something like Doctor Strange from the MCU, what can he actually do? We don't really know, because he's always doing something different, and we don't really see the
it's less
limits of what he
real.
can do.
It's like you can't get as much into the world. It's like the point is to make magic feel like something that's actually tangible and believable.
Yes, tangible. That's a perfect word. That's the same word I always use. Yes, magic, something that is tangible, something that is just as real as the molecules that exist in the universe.
Because
And-
sometimes I had a dream where I was like doing magic or like flying, but since you're dreaming, you're actually feeling the sensation of the energy of flying or whatever in your body, and that's so cool.
Yes.
It's like, every molecule has a property of like being wet or like being close or being arranged like a diamond, and maybe it has a property relating to magic or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I've also studied into basically every form of like sorcery, quote unquote, that I could like that exists. Everything from like chakras from Buddha religion, which are the 7 gates within human bodies that if you open them up, it kind of reaches enlightenment, to what the real life version of like what people believe chi is, which is, I mean, pretty self-explanatory. Dragon Ball will teach you basically what it is, except not as cool in real life. to like mana elixir. I just looked at all. I studied through all of those. Actually, I don't have it on my computer because it's a drawing. Like this is back when I didn't have a computer. I drew out each individual gates for the chakra and basically wrote notes and explanations of what they do and how people kind of find enlightenment through them. And I interpret that into the story because chakras are a real thing, but they're a lot cooler. But they're also very hard to open. Like one of the characters, actually him here on the Kikanatar, he kind of goes on a journey to open up his chakras, and he finds out how difficult it is because it's basically a life journey that people have to go on to even be able to do it.
Oh, by the way, what's your yo-yo cursor?
Yo-yo? Oh, it's a Kirby, a green Kirby.
Oh. But why do you have it on when you're over the Google?
There, Kirby.
Oh, interesting. Is this
It turns into a yo-yo when it's something you can click.
Yeah, but is this an extension or something?
Yeah, it's just a little something on Google. It's just an extension on Google. It's not that hard to do. You just download something online.
Oh,
and,
hold on.
you go
What's
to
the when you go with your mouse on the side of your page? I saw an extra button on the side of the actual page with the text.
Where?
The text is on the side. What's the emoji button? I never seen this one. Wait, can I have it on my documents?
Wait, which emoji button are you talking about?
The emoji button. Do you see when you put your mouse next to the text? Do you see the buttons that appear?
Oh, this one?
Yeah, I don't know what the emoji button does.
It just adds like it to like.
Have you seen it? Have you had it for a long time?
Yeah, it came out an update. I think it's actually more of a note-taking kind of thing.
Yeah, I have it.
I think it's more for like notes.
Yeah, I know it's
for
part
like-
of the comment system, but
Yeah.
it's new. Like I opened that document like 5 seconds ago before the call. I didn't think I saw that. Or maybe I just didn't look hard enough.
I haven't really used it.
I tried to make a whole document explaining like the philosophy behind like shading and stuff and the different types of shading and whatever, and explain my shading technique, which is very much not finished because I get discouraged very quickly. But yeah.
Yeah, I know. Motivation is such a trap because the way the human brain works. Because I've learned about psychology. Spoiler alert for my world. Psychology and how it works is very stupid. In order for your brain to get motivated to do something, you have to do that thing first, and then the motivation comes to do it.
It's like,
but you can't get the motivation for it until you do it.
Yeah, but the thing is, you gotta focus on the small steps. Like break down the steps to something. Just tell yourself, okay, the first step is to put on your shoe, and then once you put on your shoe, you're like, oh well, I already put the shoe on. Let's just go outside.
Yeah,
it's about having a good order.
That's why it's also just important to just to start it, just to do it, and then you can catch on from there. But the first step is always the most important because that's where everything comes from.
And that's why I'm streaming on Twitch recently a lot, because you just click on the stream button and then you're like, oh well, I guess I'll just do some useful stuff then and work and do work.
What do you do like for work?
Fiverr.
Fiverr. Okay, so you're full time.
I'm like, I'm beginning. I'm still living at my mom's house, and I like doing art. I'm a self learner, so I look at tutorials and stuff online. And I'm like, okay, I've got enough skills that I could do stuff for people that they would be happy with, that they could be willing to pay. So let's do that. And maybe they're gonna ask, oh, can you do this pig or something? So I did the pig, and I was like, oh, I need to figure out how to do lattices, because he needs something that requires me to learn a new skill. So I'm learning and getting money and doing something pretty cool. And for now, I'm putting my prices cheap, because the point is not to, like, I don't have anything to show for myself. I'm just a random new guy which does stuff for cheap.
Uh,
But then the point is, I did the pig animation, for example, or the guy in the grass, and then I have
Yeah.
this to show, and I show this to people, and they're like, "Oh, you can do this? Oh, okay. The price is a bit high, but you can do this, so it's okay. I'm gonna pay more, and maybe get money and funding to do my projects actually." Oh, you play Halo Infinite?
Halo Infinite, yeah,
It's nice. We should maybe
I
play
do.
sometime.
Halo is my first dream game I've ever seen as a kid because I didn't really have a way of playing games when I was growing up, so it was all basically a fever dream for me as a little kid. But Halo because I loved like sci-fi, so Halo was like I fucking love Halo so much. Man.
Yeah, Halo is really good.
It is. As you can see, the type of games I love: Halo, like Elden Ring, Horizon Zero. Like I love that. It's very very fantasy, outworldly. People's just world dreams.
Yeah,
This
and
game I do love in particular, though. This one here. If you ever this is like one of my favorite games of all time.
I've heard good things about it on a podcast with a gaming podcast.
It's such a well made and stylized game. Like there's no other game I've ever seen like this game. That's why I love it. It's a very difficult game though. It's very difficult. Like I know if you know who Markiplier is, he's a YouTuber, pretty famous.
I don't really follow them though.
Well, have you've heard of him at all?
Mm-hmm.
Mark. But he played that game and he finally beat the very first level of this game solo because it's kind of designed to have 4 people.
Yep.
And if you can do it with less, but it took him 60 hours to beat the very first level solo. It's a very difficult game. But I love it. I love it. Tell me if I'm droning on here a little bit too long, so I do apologize.
What did you say?
I said, do stop me if I am like droning on.
No, it's fine.
I get it when I get passionate or excited about things. I just drone on, and I can
Same,
keep going about
same.
different things.
I understand everything you mean because we have many common points.
Well, about your whole thing about wanting to do something. I mean, I guess this is kind of a way we can. Hold on. Okay. I got this drawn, but her name is Gaian. She's a Demetron. I was trying to draw her as like an adult when she gets older, but I was struggling, and I kind of ended up deleting the whole thing because I got mad and kind of got frustrated and just like as I'm not good at drawing people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we I don't know how to say it. Like I don't want to.
Do you want me to try to draw her? Or,
I
like,
could pay
make
you
something?
to do it. Yeah, I like help each other out.
Absolutely, I'm all for that. I'm all for
I mean,
like
I paid a pretty price for this picture. I mean, I'd be more than happy to help you, man. Like,
yeah.
I see. Sorry, I was nervous to ask because I don't want that to
It's
sound like
fine.
self-aggrandizing.
It's completely fine. I'm the type to like kind of mix. Like to me, a positive relationship can be a mix of work and of friendship, and it can be both. Like I don't mind doing cool stuff. Like
Well, I mean,
growing.
I'd be more than willing to compensate, like to pay you for that because like I
Yeah,
paid a pretty price for this picture and like
you know.
I would be like honestly I'd be honored because I see how well like your drawings are compared to mine and just like to know that somebody took the time to do that
And
I love that.
yeah, and honestly, it's like I could do good drawings on a regular basis. I just don't do it because I don't have any prompt to do it. Like I have so many ideas, but like, oh, what am I gonna start with, etc. But if someone comes to me, hey, can you draw this specifically? I want this thing. I'm gonna like, okay, I guess I don't have much reflection. Like, oh wow, what do I start with? I just draw, and then I have something to show for myself, and it's good on my side also. It's like
They
that's good on both
I've
sides.
I'm on the opposite spectrum because I didn't have like a specific skill to build off of even when I was younger. Never really had a specific skill to build off of. Just never really had the opportunity to explore. But I've always had ideas in my head, and so like I created this entire world, and it's just like all in my head. But I don't have the skills to portray it properly, so that's kind of why I resorted to like, well, maybe there's other people who can help me.
Well, I don't. I mean, I'm learning as I go. Same with you.
Well, it's
Like,
the same. That's why I was like, well, I mean, what if one day I can learn to do it? You know, but learn it myself. I'm just a little bit in a late stage, but I'm always willing to learn, man.
yep. Well, definitely.
And I
You
used
should keep
Blender
learning.
once before, so
Same. I think I started. The first thing I started doing was maybe doing a body model of a human character, and it was terrible. And then I tried to do a gun, and it was also terrible. And then I didn't touch Blender for like a full year or maybe 2 years. And then I started in my first. And then I discovered you can actually download 3D models of video game characters online. And I did this, and I was like, oh, boom! And I learned so many things about animation. I don't know which stuff was my first animation, but yeah, it's definitely like you need to find that perfect entry point, that very easy entry point into that whole world, and then everything else falls behind. Because like, okay, you're animating, you know, like the elbow moves weird. Oh, it's because you have inverse kinematics. Oh, and that leads to something else, and then it's so good. Oh, you're like, I wish I didn't have to sleep or eat or anything, and could just like stay on Blender and like go from thing to thing because it just flows so naturally.
yeah, I feel that. Trust me.
Yeah. And
I touched.
yeah, but no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I touched Blender about like I think a year ago is when I made that cube move, just as a little idea because I seen a YouTube video of a guy who used it to do I think he made hair with it, and it's what I really like. I thought that was so cool how he made hair with it, and then he used VFX to like put it on his like to replace his hair. He made himself look like a completely different character, and so I was just like, oh, Blender seems really cool. And I made that cube move. That's the thing you saw that I saved. I made the cube move, but I didn't touch it after that because I didn't really know where to go from there.
Yeah, that's why you need the basics. It's hard to find a video that goes over the basics. It's definitely better when you're at a stage where you know exactly what you need to improve on, and you can search the specific terms that would lead you to the specific videos which you need to see. But yeah, definitely the resources I sent you, especially the one with the modeling course, Arimus 3D. This one I think would be a good place to start, and I think yes. And also I sent you the link to my Inkling Conlang survey if you're
Inkling
interested.
study group. Yeah, I see that. You said you guys are trying to create a language here?
Exactly. I set up the server. I have like a good 20-30 servers which I just create sometimes when I'm bored. I create a new server because why not?
That's right. See, I have created many languages, but admittingly, because I learned out very quickly that creating an entire language, I mean, it's very difficult.
It's better to have a team and also to organize it with documents.
It is.
In resources,
So
we have a Octarian master sheet. This is the most fully featured document yet.
yeah.
Oh, he did the. Oh, that's cool. He did the colors for the sections. Nice.
Oh. I'm just reading your thing here.
Do you have any like custom symbols for your language?
Not on the computer. I have a whole folder where yes, I have symbols and different things. But like I said, I really quickly realized that by myself, I can't particularly create thousands of languages. I don't have enough time nor brain power to do that. So what I basically did is I cheated my way around and created rules, properties, and specific dialects. Because I learned by just looking at different languages that even though you don't know what they mean, you can generally, like if somebody starts speaking Spanish and then they start speaking German, you can pick up like, oh, that sounds like German. How do you know that? It's just because of certain articulates, certain ways. Like Spanish people, they roll their tongue a lot, and they
Yeah.
they roll their tongue a lot. They have they have certain words and phrases that you catch on to, like la, l,
It's
like el delab, el delab. Ugh.
yeah,
You know.
the name of these two things are phonetics and phonotactics, I think, from what I've managed to gather from the guys in my server. And it's like phonetics are the different syllables and stuff that you can say, and the phonotactics are the way you arrange them to make a sentence that makes sense. So like, for example, you can't start a sentence with an H in English, like you can't say huh, or maybe you can't, no, I don't know, like GH, like no, I don't know. But some things you can't do because it's too weird to say in a certain language. Like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Like ending your sentence with H, for example. Like you can't say something, ah, like ending by ah.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Maybe. But yeah, and they
So-
definitely seem to know a lot about this, like different rules. It's definitely very methodic.
Yeah.
And as you can see,
that's-
we have the spreadsheet, and you literally fill up the different like required things that define the language.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I did. Is I basically created rules and foundations to them to kind of make them feel more real. That's why I made this that word by. It's actually how you say that word is Biogichinalgigigio. Is how you say it. Biogichinalgigigio. Or Binigio is how they say it for short. And I because like I've like the way that I wanted the languages to feel more real is by adding certain aspects to it. Like this language is notorious for having longer bullshit words that people don't like to say. It's just like that's how you kind of know. And certain words like the JIN or the IOG is like a very common put together put together. Or like translation is also a big thing. Like there's a phrase that one of the characters he ends up getting the name as Lorelaieta is what, and it Lorelaieta is how they say it. And when one of the characters asked him like, "What does that mean?" he immediately stops in his tracks because he kind of says that that's not how that he can't particularly translate it because the problem with the language is that you can't just have the problem with the language how the rule works. It's not like it doesn't have a beginning, middle, and end. It has a center word in the center of the sentence, and then it's articulated through what the end of the sentence is and the beginning, which the beginning is what tells if it's a verb, a noun, or the subject, and then the end of it is telling you basically how the verb or noun is in relation to the base word. It gets a little complicated, but basically you can't just take the middle phrase out and just say that and translate that because it has no meaning to it then. It's just a word. It's just a bunch of letters put together. So that phrase that he says can't be translated without having the sentence that tells it what it is. And that's just kind of how that like language works.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I focus on, just rules and boundaries and how things work.
Okay.
Oh, I have a 20 on me.
Yeah, I'll just take
I
that.
don't have a 20 on me.
You got a 5 and 10.
That's not a 20.
Okay, well then give me that.
No, I do have a 20. Never mind.
Give me it back when I get my check.
I think I'm gonna go eat something,
Some of this good word of
and
yours.
All right. Sorry to rant on.
it's fine. It's
I,
fine. It's interesting. But yeah, we should stay in contact and talk
Very
sometime about
interesting.
stuff and art and ideas and worlds because it's
Okay,
cool.
thank you.
And I
I'll
like
be
talking
back.
about this.
Same. Yeah, let me know about if you want to take me up on that offer. I'll be willing
Yeah,
to
sure.
pay you for that. Just to
It's very cool.
to
If you
to
can
do that,
send me
man.
the information about the character, maybe like the
Yeah, it's what I did for this picture right here. I made a whole document, a very
Yeah.
detailed one about like details, like specifics and stuff. So I can make out like unless because I know like some artists like to kind of have freedom and they like to do their own
No,
thing.
it's
So
fine.
I don't know if you
and
want.
usually, it's always better. I've seen I think on Twitter with an artist that did a commission for someone, and they were posting, oh, by the way, here's the thing they sent of the drawing they wanted me to draw, and you had a cool, like very cute, very badly made sort of like photo montage of like a beach with some Pikmin and fruits. and it was just like JPEG photos with like the white borders, and they were just like slapped on there. But it was like you got the idea of what it is, you know. And so then they
Yeah.
were able to draw that exactly how the person wanted, and it was cool. And I thought that was cute and very efficient. And they said so, the artists. So yeah, definitely send them the most material you can so that I can understand how you want the picture to be made, and even make a quick sketch if you want to.
I'll say I'll make a sketch. It won't be the prettiest, but
It doesn't
I'll make
have
a
to be the
rough sketch
prettiest.
about it.
Because if it's too pretty, then why am I doing the drawing for you?
That's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, and thanks
this
for the
was
nice
ve-
discussion.
It was very. I actually learned. I'm not gonna lie. I learned a lot more than I realized. I do think it helps that I did like do Blender before, because as soon as you started telling me things, started clicking right back.
Yeah,
I'm like,
it just-
oh yeah, that's how you move. I remember that's how you do that. I remember, like, it started clicking right back in my head where I was like, that, yes, I remember learning that, figuring that out. So thank you very much
Probably why I could like throw more information at you without you getting lost so much, because it probably wouldn't have worked with anyone else.
Well, because I do remember the control to F12 to do it, to actually play back it, to make the keyframes and how to move. That's how I knew how to move the keyframes, because I remember I did that on accident. I actually messed up very badly by moving the keyframes on accident, but in this case, it was good. So yeah, thank you very much. I cannot express my gratitude to you enough, honestly.
It's fine. Well, you expressed it with $20. That's good enough.
Oh, I only paid you. Oh wait, I can add a tip for that. Hold on. I realized
Come on, but you don't need to.
It was. Oh no! Wait. Can you add anything to this? I just realized that was a low price. Okay, wait.
Oh, come on. Don't
Okay.
get out of your way.
This is it only gonna let me add $7? Is that how much? Is that
Why
so all I
everything
can add?
does is fine.
No, wait. Is there any way? Is there a tip? Can I add a tip or something?
I don't know.
I've only made a few purchases. Okay, well here I'll start with the $7. Can I just keep adding $7? I can maybe just.
Come on, stop.
It's only gonna make me make like one payment at a time. I can do this. I'm patient enough. Hold on, just a second. It says working out the details. Yes, I can keep adding more. Okay, $5 more. Let's go. I can just keep doing this. And then honey is coupons. Sure, I have honey because of Mr. Beast only, and it keeps reminding me that I have coupons. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait, let's see this. Okay, what's the total price on that so far? Who cares? I'm adding $7 more. Let's go.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
Hey, don't add too much, okay?
No. It's just I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Like, inspiration and knowledge is the most valuable things that we can pass on to others. There's nothing worth more than that than just inspiring people. Okay. There you go. I racked up the price a little bit just to show you thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I very much appreciate it. And I don't know what the word is in English, and I barely can think, but yeah. Thank you for validating my tutoring skills. I now feel more.
Wait, that's actually true. Do you know how? Like, you speak English pretty well, but that's not your first language, then?
Yeah, I'm French. I learned everything with Minecraft and YouTube and gaming videos.
Really?
Yeah. And Minecraft is really useful for learning furniture name, actually. And yeah.
How is that for you then? Like there's certain things you don't know how to say in English. So like, how does that? Like, how is that? Because I've always wanted to. My first language isn't English either. It's actually Spanish, but I haven't spoken it in so long.
What do you mean? What did you want to ask precisely?
I guess it's like how does that information like work in your head? That you like your base language is French, and then like you add that layer of English on top of that.
So ever since I was 11 years old, I just started switching every single one of my devices to English. So now I literally don't think in French anymore. I just think in English, and it's been like that for like 3 or 4 years. Because the thing with me is that I really like doing imitations of video game characters and voices. So I'm always trying to do some cool voices. And it just leads me into like thinking normally in English because I'm doing so much English stuff. I'm kind of passionate about the English language more than just learning it, like actually exploring other stuff with it, like imitations. Yeah.
I mean, English is a very interesting language. It is a bit. I do feel bad for people who have to learn it, like who
Yeah.
don't, because English. From speaking
It's
my whole
confusing.
life, it's very confusing. Like there's just so many rules. Like G is supposed to say G, but then it doesn't in other cases, like giraffe or Jif peanut butter. Why? Because it's English. I don't know. Like it's English is and it is because I guess because English or at least American English is not traditional, but American English is literally just a bunch of cultures that came together to make what this language is now. So it is kind of a mess.
And especially on my side, since I'm French, the French language is very much a scientific language. I want to say it was invented for like science stuff. Like most of the modern French language was invented at the Sciences des Lumières or something like that. So like, it sounds very monotone. Have you ever heard French? Quand les gens ils parlent français, il n'y a pas vraiment de ton. You see how it's all on the same line? Whereas English, you have to be a bit more expressive. So whenever you see films in French, it's so whenever I see a film in French now, I'm so disgusted because I'm like, I'm sure the English people put so much effort and heart into it. And like in French, you can't really do that, even if you wanted to.
Well, okay, see, that's what I was going to actually ask you that because in English, notoriously, your expression can change the meaning of something. Like if I just if I say like he went to the bar, just in that tone, that's just a statement. But if I say he went to the bar,
Right.
immediately it changes the entire meaning.
But
And I'm like,
and
is that the same way it works in French, like at all?
You can do that kind of in French. You can do il est allé au bar. Il est allé au bar. But like he went to the bar. Like you see in English, you can have more.
Yeah,
like,
it's
he went to the bar.
very
He went to the
jumpy.
bar. He
Yeah.
went to the bar.
And do you guys have? I guess I could look this up, but it's just like, do you guys have onomatopoeias in French?
Yeah.
Like, how does that sound? Is it the same thing? Like boom, bang, whoosh, weesh, wee.
Bang, bim, boom, bam.
Oh, wow.
Achum, meow.
That's. I do know. I do see what you're saying, though. You really do take on a monotone when you speak French.
Yeah.
I really think. I guess I
'Cause
never really realized.
My
that.
favorite example, you know what my favorite example is? Whenever you play a Sonic game, Sonic's like, go! Woohoo! Yeah! Nice! And like in French, it's like, c'est parti! Allons-y!
Yeah. I guess it really is just. So I love and this actually isn't even for my world or my story, but I love culture so much. Learning about like when I learned about Japanese culture, Hindu belief, religion, like Hindu religion, the 6 paths, the totems. Like I love learning about all that, and so like whenever I actually meet somebody who like knows it and like they learned it, it's just like I could go all day asking like, oh man, that's so like this.
Hey, the
I get
most
enthusiastic.
interesting franchise is the real world.
Yeah, no kidding.
No, sometimes I make the joke whenever like I look at my sky and I'm like, oh, it's so pretty. Hey, I got the latest HD texture pack. Look at my skybox. It's the best. Cause like people be looking at video games, but you don't even see that they're inspired by the prettiness of the real world. And I keep taking
Right.
pictures of the same sky from the same point from the same room. And Jesus, I need to take
Oh.
another picture because it's so pretty.
No, I actually I do that same thing. I used to move a lot as a kid, like a lot, like twice, 2-3 times a year, and I would always take pictures of like either the house or the sky before I left the house, and just so I could have that image saved. And so in my phone, I have a lot of pictures of like sunsets and stuff because I love taking pictures of it. Or like I took one picture of the full moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And The thing is, every time I show people, they always think it's just a picture of broad daylight because it looks like it's just a bright sunny day, even though it's a picture of just the new moon or not the new moon,
You
the full moon.
I don't know if you do that, but you should take pictures in RAW mode. Like take raw
Yeah.
pictures.
I learned that eventually. That's the reason
Yeah.
why it did that. But yeah,
It's so
that's
good to play with the highlights and stuff. Alright,
No,
let's
like
take
what you were
pictures.
saying though, like how like imagery and games were inspired by real life. I actually have that. Like I had a similar debate with that.
Like,
Oh, that's
can you
so
see?
cool.
Yeah.
I had a similar debate with that where like people like think of like movies and stuff like it has become so much into fiction about the guy gets the girl or the bad guy always loses and stuff. But I had like a whole debate with somebody about that because I'm like, where do you think these stories come from? These stories aren't just fiction. These are people's
Yeah.
lives that they've lived. Like that's why I love history too. I know I've been using the word I love a lot, but I love a lot of things, man, about this world. I love history. History is by far one of my favorite subjects, and I love learning about like if you like. There's literally so many events in in history that sounds like it is just straight from movie. Like it doesn't sound like it actually happened. And the example I always use is that do you know our national anthem in America, the Star Spangled Banner?
I don't remember.
You probably don't know the words, but you've heard of it. Like you know the national anthem, like da 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 da.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, but the story of how that song was written is one of the most beautiful stories I have read in fiction and nonfiction combined. And I'll give you the cliff notes basically. But the song was written by Francis Key Scott. He was an American during it was kind of the conflict between Great Britain and America. And what happened is that they were in a war between each other, and there was a lot of like prisoners taken from both sides. And Francis Key Scott was the man sent to negotiate with them. Basically, they were going to say, "You give us back our prisoners, we'll give you back yours." It was a very 1-to-1 ratio, very clean, nice negotiation. But negotiations went awry because when Francis Key Scott went aboard the British fleet, the general looked at him and he said, "We have agreed to your terms, but with one condition." He said they were at a fort. They're at Fort Pastor, and he said, "Do you see that flag that sits up there, right up there on the rampart? The rampart is kind of like a hill, and the flag stood on top. It marked the highest point in the fort, so that the flag everybody could see the flag." And he said, "Do you see that flag? We will honor the terms of our agreement if you agree to take down that flag, and we will put up the British flag where the American flag now stands." And he says, "And if you don't, like something else will happen." And Francis Key Scott, he said, "Well, what do you mean by that?" And he took Francis Key Scott and he told him, he said, "Do you look at the horizon? Do you see what's over there on the horizon?" Francis Key Scott looks and he sees little dots, a lot of little dots just lining the horizon. And he said, "That is the entire British war fleet. They will be here within a matter of hours. And if that flag is not down by the time that they are here, we will," and he quoted this, "we will remove that fort from the face of this planet." And Francis Key Scott, he said, you can't do that. That's a civilian fort. There's no military in that fort. Like, you can't do that. And he said, "Don't worry about it. We've already told them what they need to do. And if they take that flag down, nobody will get hurt." Well, Francis Key Scott goes down to the prisoners that he's like going to free, and he tells them what happened. And he says, "I will share it to you, the news, as it happens." Francis Key Scott goes back above board, and within a matter of hours, the fleet comes, and the flag was not down. And they start what's called the shelling, which is basically a bombing. And they bomb the fort. Hundreds of warships. Francis Key Scott said that it was nighttime, but he said the night sky was illuminated like it was broad daylight by the flash of cannon fire. He said it sounded like a never-ending thunder, a never-ending rainstorm just going off. But all the while, the prisoners who were beneath, the only thing they asked him, they said, "Where is the flag? Is the flag still flying up on the rampart? Is the flag still standing?" And every time Francis Key Scott would look at the fort, he would still see the flag waving, flying. And then the general, he said, he ordered every ship in the fleet to fire on the flag for the next 3 hours. They bombed the flag directly. But but no matter what, even as the hours passed, the flag was still standing. And the general said, he says, "What's the matter with your people? Are they insane? Do they not see that they cannot win? This is an impossible situation. We have hit that flag over and over, yet it's still standing. We don't know how, but we will continue to bomb it until we take that flag down." The night rolls over, and the morning rises, and Francis Keith Scott is allowed to go ashore, and he goes into the fort. And do you know what he finds? The reason that flag was still standing was because when it was hit and it fell over, patriots, walked over to that flag and they held it up until they died. And then others took their place.
Okay.
Francis Keith Scott said what held the flag up was their bodies that laid up all over it. Their corpses held up that flag.
Damn.
Right? And I'm just like, those people stood there holding that flag in the face of death. And they stood strong. Like, I can't even believe the amount of courage to look out in the ocean, to see hundreds of ships, and to know that that's it. Just in the blink of an eye. And the only thing that will remember you is time. Your name will forever just float in the ocean of time. But they stood there because they refused to let that flag be on the ground. And when they died, others just walked up and held it up in their place. And like, I can't believe that, like, humans could even be capable of such courage to like want to die for that dream. I know, like, America's kind of a laughingstock in a lot of ways, and people were like, "Oh, well, Americans all," but I do firmly believe that America was built off of an amazing dream that somebody had. That, like, I mean, look what's going on in Russia right now. And it's just like America was built off of the dream of what would happen if we could start possibly creating this paradise that we've all believed. And while it's definitely far from that, and we definitely have a very corrupt government, and there's a lot of problems, sure, but man, it was that dream beautiful, and people were really willing to die for that. And that history is what inspires these stories that we believe in. Like, these stories of heroes slaying the dragon or doing the impossible. It was born because people in real life stood in the face of death and they refused to go down. George Washington was quoted saying, "What sets apart the American Christian from all others in the world is that they will die on their feet before they'll live on their knees." And it's just like, that's what fiction was built on. These heroic stories that people like saw. These heroic acts, and like that, I guess, like, that's what I would love to portray one day with my world, my story. Just that feeling, that rush, that like that glorious, just, I don't know, sacrifice that people have made in our history, that people have made so that we can live.
Yeah.
I get really passionate about it. I get really passionate about that, and it's
Okay.
real people, it's real life, and it's just like, man. And that's what inspires these stories of heroes. And I was reminded about that, how you said, like, that's what, like, video games and art, what inspired that was people who looked out and they saw the most beautiful thing, and it was the sunset. And they never knew such beauty could exist. Or like the first people who ever looked into space and they saw a supernova, or like the light of a star, and they were like, that's real.
And there are so many
then-
things, by the way, that we don't even like know exist. Like, have you ever heard about a sundog? Or like
Yes.
yeah, or like there are the green flash whenever, you know how the sun gets red as it goes down, but actually it doesn't really get red. It gets all the colors, like a rainbow, except like the main color you see is red because blue is absorbed by the sky, but at the edges you can see some green. And whenever the sun goes really down and there's a clear sky, the sun becomes green. Like,
Yeah,
actually
I've heard of that.
on Earth.
Right? It's man, it's a lot of cool things. I like I said, man, I love learning. So I love learning about like all that, like when I first started learning about like what dark matter is, dark energy, and antimatter. That stuff gets pretty trippy very quickly. Like how 67% of like the actual universe is just dark energy. Like 20% ish is like dark matter, and we humans make up 1% of like solids, liquid, and gas only make up 1% of the visible universe. We are part of the 1% that is a solid, liquid, or gas. The rest is just plasma and then dark energy and all that stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you
That
think
just-
about it, it's the same for molecules. Like when you zoom into the atoms and stuff, the way they're spaced out, it's really there's a lot of space between them.
Because isn't most of a molecule just space? I think I've like looked at that. Like most of a molecule is just empty space.
Exactly. It's just like when you see a solar system, like the different objects are really spaced out, and there's much more emptiness in between those than you would think.
Yeah, or like one of my favorite images here. Look, I don't know if you ever heard of the pillars of creation? Have you ever heard of that? The pillars of creation? It was taken by the Hubble telescope. This image,
Oh, this thing, yeah.
the pillars of creation, and like the distance between one of these pillars is the distance between Earth and the closest star to us that's not our sun. This thing is like I don't like the human brain particularly can't even imagine these distances because we don't have really references to even imagine that. Other than like light years, they'll tell you it's like, oh, it's like I think it's like 4 light years. This is like one of these is like 4 light years, which sure that's a big distance, but like this is just a lot. This is gas. It was taken by the Hubble telescope, and it was just like this is an actual image. It's like it's beautiful, and it kind of just shows you like it's a way to imagine like the scale of the universe and how unbelievably like the distance between just the ends, like all of humanity, by the time light, like this star right here, by the time the light from this star reaches the end right here, it is most likely that all of humanity will no longer exist. Like we will like probably be like gone. Our planet will probably be gone before the light really fully like. It's just
I don't really
unbelievable.
like talking about this stuff just because I get really like scared about death and stuff.
I
But
trust.
yeah.
I do see that. Like I get that because it's just like, oh man, that's true. But I look at more for like the beauty of this, like just kind of show that this is something far beyond what even like humanity like can understand.
Mm.
It's beautiful. I guess that's a complicated way of me saying it's beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, that's
But,
the point of art. It's like taking something simple which can just be looked at and not thought about and just like figure out meanings in it. Like the meanings, because it's like one thing I like to say is like you see a flower and like a flower doesn't mean anything. Like you look at it, maybe you say, oh, it's pretty, it's beautiful, it smells good, or maybe you say, oh, it just has a lot of spines and bugs and it's I don't like it. And that's the thing. Art is only art because of the human part in art. There's no art without humans to make something into art.
It is all about that.
A
How you
flower
see
is just
yourself in that art.
an assemblage of molecules until some random human decides it's a flower.
Yeah. Or like the example I use that's very similar to that is like how if you look just at a tree can have many meanings. But like if you look at it like one person will just look at a tree and it's like, oh, just dirty little plant, just kind of sits there, doesn't do anything interesting. Well, somebody will look at a tree and they will say that tree represents one of the strongest organisms on the surface of this planet. You can run a semi truck into that tree and it won't budge. All those cells are packed together and they will not move, they will not falter. That tree represents this true strength that life has to offer. And it's just like to somebody that's how it becomes art, is when they find that meaning, when they find like, I want to be like that tree in my life. I want my life to stand strong like that.
People often say like art is drawing, and I'm like, no, art is everything. Like even programmation is art to me.
Right. I mean,
Like,
even humans we are the hopes and dreams of our parents, or depending on
Yeah.
your situation, obviously. But like they see us as like an image of like of strength of like what they can be. Why you hope that your children are better than you. You want your child to be an image of what you could be if you had more time. And that's
Yeah.
and I guess that's why I like this. Like that's why he controls water, she controls fire. It means something different. Water, it flows, but it's strong. It's heavy, has strength. It can be ice, it can be plasma, in its different forms. But ultimately, like it flows smoothly, and it really fits with like that character. While fire for her, okay, for one thing, fire isn't an element; it's a chemical reaction. That's true. That's why I created a new element because fire isn't an element, so she doesn't technically wield fire. She wields something else that's called sentimentian. Uh, Complicated in what sentimentian is. It
cool,
can't
man.
it can't exist properly on our plane of existence, which is why it appears to be fire, but it's not. It's actually much deadlier. And anyways, but the fire it really represents like how it's very beautiful and bright, and it's very like how it dances. It's sporadic, but it's also very deadly, and it can be a very good. It can either be a source of light and protection, or it can be very destructive. And like it really fits her character in that sense of how she kind of goes down a very dark path, and she becomes very destructive, and he ends up having to like fight. Like they like she ends up becoming very not a very nice person, but it's like she kind of like her journey is starting out with innocent until the world drags her down until she's actually known as the Red-Eyed Devil. She becomes known as the Red-Eyed Devil because of the path she takes. She becomes very bad, and her journey is kind of her journeying back to that light of learning that just like she can be more than just like that devil that she believed that she was, and like that's kind of her journey she takes, and like that fire is like her life, and that's like what she like it's everything to like she really represents. It's like the thing that like no that won't leave her is the fire that she wields. It can't leave her, and it portrays what she is.
Hey.
Art.
I think I'm gonna go eat though.
Say, you
Yeah.
said you were gonna go eat like 20 minutes ago, and then I started ranting.
But it's fun and it's cool. It's just eating is
But
also important, and I need not to forget to do that because I often forget because eating and sleeping and human stuff sucks. But you still gotta do
eating's
it.
overrated. Sleeping,
Yeah,
it's overrated.
but yeah,
Yeah, no,
and
but I should probably. I haven't eaten anything like
I
since like
also wanna
yes.
play Halo Infinite with you sometime if you're up for it because that would be fun.
That would be very fun.
Yeah,
Anyways, yeah, I should probably go get something to eat too. If you heard that, my friends just left to go get something to eat, and I should probably
yeah,
join.
same. See you.
All right, I'll see you. It's been. Oh wait, I'm sorry. What did you give me your name? Like what your name was?
Alex, but I mean, I like being called All Chris even by my friends in real life, so you can just call
Oh,
me All
Chris.
Chris.
Oh, Chris. I like that. Does that have a meaning to it? Just real quick, last thing, I guess.
Okay, so like very long story. My second name and third name are Oliver and Christian. That's the end of the
Okay,
story. That was a lie.
fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, well, it's ShadowBlitz, but like my main name I use is Silver Blitz, and the long story is I like Pokemon, and Charizard has a move called Flare Blitz, but I didn't want to copy that, so I just slapped on a random color, so Silver Blitz.
Yes.
Long story, very very in depth.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Okay,
well,
see
oh
you.
Chris, you
Bye.
have a good day.
Same to you. And nice meal. Bye bye.
Bye.
Ah, my God. Come on, I'm messing everything up.
Il n'y a pas grand-chose. Il y a surtout des choses pour mettre en manger, là. Au frigo, la montagne, ça, mais les choses aussi.
I forgot to end the stream. I mean the stream, the recording. So yeah, let me just end it. Bye bye. See ya.